morning, everyone. It's another Breaking Points Friday, and I'm here with my two favorite co-hosts on Fridays. We've got one after now, and old.
Who's
old? Oh,
Crystal's old.
Okay, all right. I'm not touching that. And Ryan, I have no idea where Ryan is. Bless him. I have no idea where Ryan is. Do you guys know where Ryan is?
I don't either.
I thought he was in San Francisco. He was sending us pictures from San Francisco, so I'm going to go with that's where he is. But it's hard to say. At any given moment, it's hard to say. It's like Carmen San Diego.
Where in the world is Ryan San Francisco? So let's get to the show. Big show. More econ news. Those U.S. Treasury bonds that we love to hear about are sliding. Emily's going to talk about that. I personally have been digging deep into lustful romance, friendship, something more between one Miss Natalie Harp, the assistant to our beautiful President Donald Trump. Excited to get into that. Mac is taking a look at Van Jones, who is out to do some debunking about videos in Gaza. We'll see how well his debunking goes. And finally, Emily, who is our guest that we have here today?
Well, we have Aaron Baker on the show. It's a name you might remember because Aaron joined us last year. He decided to primary Randy Fine from the right, and we're going to talk to him about how that race shook out. He ended up having to run against Dan Bilzerian and Randy Fine, but also we're going to talk to him a bit about his support for James Fishback. So it's going to be, I think it's going to be a somewhat, spicy conversation, Griffin.
Emily went woke.
Yeah.
Not to spoil too much, but Emily has gone fully woke.
Yeah.
That's right.
I'm a woke general. Woke 3.0. I'll be leading the charge.
Mm-hmm. Yes, you're going to discharge Kyle Kalinske from the position. All right, well, let's get to the news. Why don't we start with our favorite econ guy, Scott Besson, who spoke to the crowd about a spike in oil prices. Let's take a quick listen to that.
Yeah, well, look, anything that happens within a 24-hour period is noise. And, I think that once the market understands that we are focused on fiscal consolidation and that we are trying to bring the market back to equilibrium in a thinly traded market, I think, I'm confident that bonds will continue declining. We've got a spike in oil prices today that I don't really understand. Our announcement is for economic action, and I think that the economic action will mean that oil prices will come down sooner.
So, Emily, what do you make of that? Because obviously we know the bravest thing that you can do as a man is to admit that you don't know something.
Did you see people comparing that to a Parks and Rec moment? We don't really know where the spike is coming from.
No, I missed that.
The Treasury Secretary. So he was also on CNBC, and I'm just going to read a bit here from the chief economics correspondent at the Wall Street Journal's summary of that. He says Treasury Sec Besson discussed the decision to make a surprise change to debt management, he said markets weren't properly pricing fundamentals, warranting a more activist approach. This is what played out yesterday. He also said plans for fiscal consolidation are forthcoming. So this is Besson's quote on CNBC. We're trying to signal that we think this is a thinly traded area of the market, that we're in August and there's been a lot of corporate issuance that's influenced the market. We believe that there are many underlying factors in turn that the market is not looking at, and we're going to make a market in these. We believe that these yields don't reflect the underlying fundamentals. So that's what he's repeating over and over again. Goes on to say people have bad information. I have asymmetric information. So I think the market should think, well, why would we have joined the Japanese in the intervention at this time? Do we know something the market doesn't know that in terms of being willing to do what I would call a treasury twist? So now we have the treasury twist here in terms of the bond market. What do I know that the market doesn't know? So I think the market's probably gotten a little ahead of itself. A lot of people, not much to do in August. I'm going to read from CNBC here just this morning, looking at Treasury yields rebounding in the headline, wiping out the decline following Besant's intervention. So they say bond yields climbed on Thursday, coming back from the pullback they saw the previous day after the Treasury Department announced an intervention aimed at easing pressure on longer-dated government debt. And let's just pause there as well, because one of the things we talked to Jeff Stein about earlier in the week is that Donald Trump, when he did Liberation Day back in April 2025, one of the things that, the one thing that had him willing to release some of the pressure that Liberation Day applied globally was that he saw the bond markets get, quote, a little yippy. So just everyone download that in their mind. Trump does care a lot about this, as he should. And CNBC goes on to say yields on 10-year U.S. Treasuries, the main benchmark for mortgages, auto loans, and credit card debt, moved more than 5 basis points higher to 4.7%. The yield level was above the level it held before the 8:30 a.m. announcement Wednesday that Treasury would be stepping up its bond buyback program. The yield on the 30-year Treasury bond, the primary focus of the accelerated buyback, was up more than 5 basis points at 5.248%. The yield on the 2-year Treasury note was last seen up less than 1 basis point at around 4.185%. CNBC says the moves underscored the difficulty of market interventions, particularly at a time when U.S. debt faces a slew of factors that have been pressuring yields higher. Now, he made that announcement Wednesday morning that they're going to double the size of the government debt buyback starting on September 9th and then running through November 4. This is Scott Bessent at his, this is his favorite thing to do, basically. This is his passion.
Is the strategy just to try to gaslight the market into not accepting the fundamentals of what's actually underlying the market itself? It sounds like he's just trying to, because you have compounding factors of U.S. national debt just hit $40 trillion. You have the Iran war that's driving inflation higher than it otherwise would have been. You have the tariffs and the rebounding effects of that. All of this is coinciding with this bond crisis, and he's basically saying, no, I know things that the market doesn't know. So just trust the process. We have this fully under control.
Yeah, and the debt buyback. With the debt buyback, he's basically using Klarna at this point, right? to pay off our American debt. He's using loans to buy more debt.
Well, here's how Peter Schiff reacted. He said, Bessent said the free market is mispricing long-term bond yields, so he wants to use the superior judgment and power of central government planners to correct the mistakes of capitalism. Good thing we didn't elect a democratic socialist president. So it's an attack on Bessent from the right, saying, listen, what we are going to do is correct the market's pricing from the central government. And so, you could call it gaslighting, or you could call it having access to asymmetric information, Mac, and you are working with the symmetric information.
Right.
So obviously on Thursday, Brent crude, do we have this tear sheet? Brent crude went up to $94.60 a barrel. That is its highest since July 24th. Dropsite reported pulled back down to about $93 a barrel. Oil, Dropsite reports, has now risen for 5 straight sessions as traders price in tighter Middle East supply and the risk of further escalation. Yeah, you just saw that on the screen. So,
But I was told that the Strait of Hormuz is completely free and open for transit, right?
And the 51st state.
And the 51st state
that Trump is now taking control of.
There was a meme going around. I don't remember. I think it was real. I think someone. Oh yeah, it was that. What was the guy who, as soon as Charlie was killed last year, the Bryn. Is that his name? Bryn
Hollyhan.
Bryn Hollyhan. He was like, if we can rename the Gulf of Mexico the Gulf of America, why don't we call it the Strait of America? So something could be in the works on that point. We're not sure.
Something to there. Yeah. We've got another clip from Bessent here about jobs. Should we play that?
Yeah, let's roll that one. Yep.
All right, because he's bringing asymmetric warfare to all sorts of the parts of our economy, including the job market. Let's take a listen.
I just wanted to get your read on the economy as we see oil prices marching higher again. We have seen tremendous resilience, as you noted, from the consumer, but there are signs that the job market may be cracking a little bit. Got a weak job report last month. I'm curious about your assessment as to how much we can handle all of this.
I think the job numbers are quite noisy. And again, sir, the other thing that's important too is like the jobs that we're seeing are going to Americans. After the deportations that we've seen during President Trump's administration and the closing of the border, that like this unfettered migration, we don't need to produce as many jobs.
Okay, well,
From yippee to noisy.
I want to just say, like, Scott Besson is obviously a serious person, because we're
In what
kind of
sense?
we're kind of clowning on him for these like, ridiculous quotes, but in the sense that like he's a mastermind behind the scenes. Like he knows a lot of this like the back of his hand to the extent anybody can. And so all that is to say, he's a serious person to the extent that like he is a deep student of the markets. He understands, to the extent that somebody can. This is part of the problem. What happens in these spaces, and he is now, I think, having the time of his life, engineering it from the background. Like that's what I was saying when like this is Scott Besson in his favorite position. Like he is loving this. I feel like you can see that he is loving this because he gets to play act as like the mastermind behind the scenes. Now I'm looking at. This is Jeff Cox writing in CNBC, saying that Besson's interventions hasn't worked. We're talking about, if I'm remembering the number correctly here, he confirmed as much as $4 billion. Let me just pull this up.
$4 billion of what?
Yeah, so he confirmed that the size of the buybacks could exceed $4 billion. $4 billion. And so Cox then writes, it's not working. He says, basically, not all the factors at play are fundamental. They include rising competition from corporate bond issuance, like Besant said, as well as suddenly attractive yields of other sovereigns, including Japan, correlation with oil prices that in turn increases inflation fears and increasing term premiums or the extra yield investors are demanding. He says to combat those problems, Besant could seek cooperation with the Federal Reserve, because guess who's at the Federal Reserve now? Kevin Warsh. But has said that Besant has said the two entities, quote, would work together in dealing with complications in the bond markets and as the central bank manages its own treasury holdings. He quotes somebody who's the chief credit officer at Moody's saying there's also been a structural shift in who buys U.S. government debt as central banks shrink their balance sheets and traditional duration buyers reach the limits of how much additional issuance they can absorb. New buyers such as leveraged hedge funds, that's Bessant's background, running relative value strategies are playing a bigger role. So what they really need, frankly, is an end to the war more than anything else. And that's like the most obvious point. There are deeper underlying problems. They still have a tariff regime. Lest we forget, yes, the Supreme Court overturned some tariffs, but they do still have a tariff regime in play that is economically, I was going to say risky, but it's influential in terms of all of this. But the war itself, with what it's doing to oil prices, is what they need to have an end to, and they have absolutely no end to it. And now people in D.C. are saying, well, Besant is more important than Hegseth. Like, that's the line, I think it was in Political Playbook yesterday, that Besant is now more important than Hegseth because he's trying to give Trump room to deal with this economic fallout from his perch at Treasury. And it's like, good luck. Because the one thing that you need to do is actually just get back to the pre-war status quo in the Strait of Hormuz, and you will be in a wildly different position. Good luck with that, though, because Iran knows that we have elections coming up. Iran knows that's important to Trump and Republicans, and you're in this mess of your own making.
Yeah, I mean, that's what this all comes down to at the end of the day, right? Is that you had this memorandum of understanding, and then it sort of fell apart. It was sort of like, I would consider it to be somewhat of a surrender document, kind of rightfully so, given the fact that we, I think by any stretch of the imagination, didn't win this war. But they've ended up in a situation now where a couple of days ago, Trump is posting this, image, we control the Strait of Hormuz. He says there's no talks with Iran that are even on the table right now. So there's not even a hypothetical off-ramp or a long-term resolution to this into the future. And so I'm looking at Scott Besson and he may be knowledgeable on what on the markets and how they function at a basic level, but what is he supposed to do if they've been completely backed into a corner? And Trump at this point has made the entirety of this war about control over the Strait of Hormuz and is unwilling to make any of the concessions that would be necessary to actually end the war. I mean, we've been backed into a corner at this point. It reeks of desperation.
Yeah,
Yes.
I think desperation is a good word for that.
And
but
I think
also,
asymmetric is the best word, though, Emily.
it is the best word. It is the best word. But what I was going to say is this is why, well, okay, so Besant understands, to Mac's point, Besant understands this world, but he also, again, just to emphasize, Crystal and I were talking about this with Japan. Like his Japanese intervention, it's something that had happened before. But with him, I just feel like he really relishes this role of playing like global economic mastermind. And again, like it doesn't matter. I mean, I guess it matters a lot, but until you end the war, you're going to see these problems ripple throughout the rest of the economy. And that wouldn't make the rest of the problems go away, but it would put us in a situation where you're not seeing this insanity. And yet that's the one problem. That's the intractable problem in all of this. And so he's trying to work with what he has, but he can't change that.
Hey, if you like that video, hit the like button or leave a comment below. It really helps get the show to more people.
And if you'd like to get the full show ad-free and in your inbox every morning, you can sign up at breakingpoints.com.
That's right. Get the full show, help support the future of independent media at breakingpoints.com.
He's basically saying, as I understand, it's not just Netanyahu.
I mean, it's a chicken and egg. Netanyahu has encouraged us. What's that about?
It's the people in the broader political environment, but also that's because of Netanyahu. So what are we going to do?
Israel's lobby has helped to enable the rightward shift that's being talked about in that interview.
Leader Jeffries has made his prioritization for the residents of public housing very clear.
I guess he's the only man in Congress who cares about housing.
Well, I think to denounce the settler attacks, that is something that appears to be very much a top-down. It's really noticeable how you see so many Israel lobby groups light up with that.
Israelis enjoy, let's say, health care, while Hakeem Jeffries is telling us in the United States of America, we can't make it happen here.
It's not legislation that I support.
The two-state solution is dead. It is not going to happen.
I'm very pleased to have on Bad Faith Podcast for the first time Eli Clifton. He is the co-author of Israel's Lobby, America and the Grip of a Foreign Power, and also a co-founder at the Quincy Institute. Welcome to Bad Faith.
Thank you so much for having me. Excited to be here.
All right, Eli, here's what I think is a $64,000 question. Listeners to this show and people who, generally speaking, consume left media and who follow politics and in particular are pro-Palestine know that the number one reason cited by Biden 2020 voters as to why they did not vote for Kamala Harris in 2024 is because of the genocide in Gaza. This information was not new information that was collected after the election. There was certainly a sense of how this particular issue was dinging both the Harris campaign and the Biden campaign before it. So I would like to frame this conversation as how does the Democratic Party come to a place where it seemingly has made the decision that it would risk losing an election in order to continue to stand by its quote-unquote ally Israel as it perpetrates a very unpopular genocide on the Palestinian people?
Well, I think to look at what happened in the past election as sort of the case study to look at, and to be clear, I think this example may be one that has some unique qualities to it, in that it incorporates two answers as to how the lobby has this influence and why presidents choose to pursue policies that may be counter to what their advisors may be recommending, may be counter to their own political sensibilities, yet they go forward with something unpopular. And I think with Biden, there's sort of two competing arguments, and I think both of them probably together explain his behavior as well as Kamala Harris's decisions when she was the nominee. So one of them is that I think Joe Biden, more than any other president in American history, certainly since the formation of Israel, was socialized to be reflexively pro-Israel, just to a really unique degree. So I think his ability, certainly in his public statements, I know of deep frustration when I share, but I think it is a reflection of certainly where his mind is at, is that he has a great ability to express empathy and compassion with a variety of people across the political spectrum and really internationally as well, with, it seems like, a notable exception of Palestinians. And that's something that I don't know if your viewers have seen it, but there was a recent interview with Wajahat Ali with Hunter Biden, where Wajahat pretty much put that to Hunter. And Hunter didn't have a really good explanation other than to say, I can't get into my dad's head, but I hear what you're saying.
As so many people, Hunter, have said, even in the Biden administration of the left, he just didn't have that empathy with Palestinians. Aaron David Miller, when he was being interviewed by The New Yorker, said, yeah, for some reason that generation, Clinton and Biden, yeah, they just aren't as empathetic when it comes to Palestinians. And my question is why? Why was that trademark empathy missing and still missing when it comes to Palestinians, whom you and I agree are literally enduring a genocide right now?
Okay, so I don't want to, I really want to be very careful not to speak for my father about this, okay? So I'll speak for myself, okay? Because I really cannot put myself into his head completely. But I can speculate like anybody else. And I don't think that the answer is going to appease anyone. I don't think that anyone's going to be satisfied with my answer. But part of it is generational.
So I think that does play quite a big role, and not one that we should overlook, but one that I think may be unique to the Biden presidency. But I think there's a second element here, and this is where we get into the money and politics dimension of it, but it does once again intersect with the socialization aspect. I wrote about Biden's biggest donors when he was still the nominee, before he had stepped down. And I looked at who they were and the statements that they had made, the biggest donors to the Biden victory. And it was shocking. Sort of the Islamophobic, not just pro-Israel, but this hostility that they showed for people in Gaza, the hostility that they showed for mainstream media like the New York Times, merely for occasionally reporting on the devastation that Israel was imposing on Gaza.
Fantasy and history have come together to tease the imagination.
Yeah. How's it going? What's up, Booney? What's up, Dookie? What's up, Dooney? What's that, Catnapper? What's up, Fargo? What's up, Jackie? What's everyone doing? How's it going? Your weed meter is at 99%? Nice. Mine is too low. I need to crank it. This band's pretty good though, huh? I was just jamming with the kids. You know, these saffron gummies are so good. You saw Odyssey in IMAX? I gotta see it in IMAX because I just watched the bootleg and I thought it was entertaining. But I didn't have that sense of awe, you know. There's some of the parts I was like, damn, that would have been really cool in the theater. Yeah, the sea people stuff. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, I don't know. I feel like there's too many DumDums commenting on movies like that. You know, shut the fuck up. You're clouding my judgment. All these idiots talking about like the wrong aspects of it, you know? Like, that's the interesting part. Okay. Like, We're seeing Bassem Youssef next week. No, sea people. They're people that, oh, I'm not even sure they're confirmed. Is it sort of like are they, whatchamacallit, the, proto, um, the fucking, oh my god. It's one of those nights. Fuck. Hmm. Yeah, um, who are the people that, oh, why can't I remember this? No, yeah, who were the people that were theoretically had gotten all the copper from Michigan or from Michigan? Who was that? Um, who was the empire from the ancient world that didn't have a homeland? Hmm, hold on. Why can't I remember this? Hmm, hmm, hold on. Yeah, who's the who? Why can't I remember this? Oh my god. Uh, this Wikipedia article is actually pretty good. Hmm. Not Minoans. Phoenicians. That's what I'm saying. Were they Proto-Phoenicians or let's see. The Sea Peoples were a group of tribes who raided Egypt and other Mediterranean regions around 1200 BC during the Late Bronze Age. They included well-attested groups such as the Luca and the Peliset, as well as others such as the Weshesh, whose origins are unknown. The term Sea People is a modern coinage and is often regarded as a misnomer since most of them appear to have traveled by land. Oh, interesting. I wonder if people were fighting about this post-Nolan movie. Oh my god, fuck you. Are often regarded as the primary cause of the Bronze Age collapse, but recent work tends to view them as refugees fleeing a crisis which was already in motion. But did they think of themselves as people, or were they just pirates? Like ancient pirates? You know? Um, no concrete evidence is that civilizations fell due to multiple crises. People migrated and raided other cities, and it cascaded more and more. Yeah, it seems to me like they're reaching for this and trying to big these people up into a more substantial like cause of the Bronze Age collapse because they don't really have a good explanation for it, right? But if you have this roving band of like pre-imperial pirates, you know that's a good boogeyman. You can blame that instead of having to actually do science or anything. And like, since when is it like enough to make you collapse too? So you're saying that they raided the early Greece civilization and that was enough to take down the whole empire? Because that's the shorthand, the fucking barbarians invaded Rome and that's why Rome fell. But that's not why Rome fell. There was much more complicated reasons for why Rome fell. It wasn't because of barbarian raids. Yeah, they sacked trade routes. So, like Trump is doing in the Caribbean, they made it so that the incentives didn't pay off to sail across the Mediterranean because, you know, either you could get got on the way or your fleet would leave and then they would come attack where you left. Um, yeah, I don't know. I guess it was too long already, but I mean, they could have gone into more detail about that stuff because, you know, they barely had any background, just got right into the story right away. I would have liked an extra 10 minutes in the beginning before he leaves on the quest, you know? There were droughts, which might have been why they were raiding. I mean, let's see. History of the concept. It was first proposed in 1855. Also, really? That's why Egypt collapsed? Right? They built the pyramids and then these fucking pirates showed up and raided them, and then that was enough to destroy the whole civilization? Really? I don't know. So wait a minute. There's a small chart on here. 3 separate narratives from Egyptian records refer to more than one of 9 peoples, found in a total of 6 sources. The 7th and most recent source referring to more than one of the 9 peoples is a list of 610 entities rather than a narrative. Yeah, so Ramses II, Ramses III. I mean, I don't know. It seems like lazy thinking. Seems like this theory is all of the things that they accuse, like, the alternative researchers of doing. This is like all of it in one. You know, if you say that, that's somehow plausible to them, but like, hey, maybe they didn't build the Giza Plateau in 50 years, you know? Maybe it took them longer than that. Or maybe they had something, more advanced technology than we're aware of. That's crazy, but a group of fucking pirates who are barely referenced in any of these ancient texts are responsible for bringing down, like, every ancient empire. I don't know. The mural, hold on, let me see. Ramses II's narrative, sea peoples, or in particular, date to 2 campaigns of Ramses in the militant 19th dynasty. Operations in or near the Delta in the 2nd year of his reign, and a major confrontation with the Hittite Empire and allies at the Battle of Kadesh in his 5th. The years of this long-lived pharaoh's reign are not known exactly, but they must have comprised nearly all of the first half of the 13th century BC. In the 2nd year, an attack on Sheridan in the Nile Delta was repulsed and defeated by Ramses, who captured some of the pirates. This event is recorded on the Tanis Stele too. An inscription by Ramses II on the stele from Tanis, which recorded the Sheridan raiders' raid on subsequent capture, speaks on the continuous threat they pose to Egypt's Mediterranean coasts. Yeah, I also don't know how I feel about all these timelines. Like, you have this exquisite detail for this 5-year period in Ramses' reign, but somehow not any of the important stuff. Carved relief from the Kadesh inscriptions showing Shasu's spies being beaten by Egyptians. Here, I guess I'll put it on the screen. Merneptah narrative was a beast in that battle. Yeah, I mean, I believe that. The wretched chief of Libya has invaded with blank, being men and women, Shekelesh. The Arthribis stela is a granite stela found in Arthribis and inscribed on both sides, which, like the Cairo column, was first published by Maspero 2 years later in 1883. The Merneptah stele from Thebes describes the reign of peace resulting from the victory, but does not include any reference to the Sea Peoples. I mean, that's not necessarily defeat the theory there, because, you could have sour grapes. Like, you might not want to give them props after they invaded and fucked you up good, It seems to me like it's not necessarily, it's just piracy, They're not necessarily all the same people. The king of Libya might have been some sort of pirate king, and an associated near concurrent revolt in Canaan involving Gaza, Ascalon, Yenoam, and the Israelites. See, I don't know, man. I don't know if this is a coherent narrative. I just think it's lazy. I think that they want to have this be an explanation for the Bronze Age collapse, and they don't actually have an explanation for it. Ramses III. Yeah, I don't understand how they would count this as primary sources either, since they don't even call them sea people. They don't even have like a coherent name for them. Does not include any reference to the sea peoples. Ramses III, later recorded in 2 long inscriptions from his Medinet Habu mortuary temple, physically separate and somewhat different. The Year 8 campaign is the best recorded Sea Peoples invasion. The fact that several civilizations collapsed around 1175 BC has led to the suggestion that the Sea Peoples may have been involved at the end of the Hittite, Mycenaean, and Mitanni kingdoms. But that's what I'm saying. It's like, think of how fucking marginal the evidence is. And all the fucking mainstream, like, respect that this type of opinion gets, I think is really, you know, I don't, doesn't pass my smell test. Sorry. And I'll look for something, see if we can get somebody I trust to talk about it. How much does this band sound like Nirvana? The moon was placed. Well, that's what I was thinking. I mean, could it just be of like when they left? You know? Like, before this time, isn't this about when the Ark of the Covenant got lost? Right? Couldn't this just be like when the ancestors fucking pulled back? That's why all these civilizations appeared to collapse, but it wasn't necessarily a collapse, just as it is a steep drop off in technological capabilities. You know? Contemporaneous missives from cities along the Syrian coast. There's one actually asking for help from Egypt. Yeah, I mean, that would make sense, though, because that would be a far-flung part of the Egyptian Empire, of Ramses' empire. So say Ramses fucking, you know, went far, got new territory, conquered all of Syria, right? And later on, the colonies that he set up in Syria were sending letters back to Egypt asking for help to fend off these pirates, because the pirates knew that was far-flung part of the Egyptian Empire, you know? I mean, that seems actually more plausible to me, though. Like, not so much that they got raided and conquered or whatever, but they spent too much effort trying to secure those colonies and then couldn't defend them once they had secured them, you know? Yeah, I know. This is exactly too old. This is how I feel. It makes me think that there's a conspiracy about ancient knowledge, yeah. But not necessarily a conspiracy so much as like them trying to piece together all this sort of data points that are roughly contemporaneous and try to ascribe this coherent, you know, cultural power, you know. Mars was once alive and who lived there before the war. Is this real though? Again, I'm really dubious about all of these AI videos where it's like, oh, check out this tablet we found. You know? I want to see a human talk about it. Unless maybe that's what this is. Okay, this looks like it might be okay. What's this? When the Nippur tablet was finally cataloged, the examination lasted only moments. Its fire clay body felt unusually dense in the hand, while its surface carried familiar Old Babylonian cuneiform. Okay. Reduce that anomaly to a single classification. Alright. Saw that Star Trek episode. Yeah. So did I. How'd you feel about the Muppets? I didn't hate it. It wasn't as bad as that second episode. That second episode was so shit. Where it's this abandoned ship. Let's go see. Hope there's no ghost on board. And then it's like ghost after ghost. That episode sucked. All right. All right, we'll get to this. I'm not stoned enough yet. Tooks, this thing you just posted is incredible. I mean, it's so perfect though. They're trying to leak that shit to the Data Republican, and he's like, "Oh, you're psyoping me. Why are you psyoping me? Oh my god." Mm. You didn't like the noir? I like the noir. I thought they put a lot of effort into. I guess that's different. I like the ones that have a fun story. I also like the ones where they put a lot of effort into it and it's interesting, you know. Um, I feel like I've seen that episode so many times.
But in Michigan, the Democrat nominee for Senate, Abdul El Sayed. Abdul.
At least he didn't try saying it like that other guy tried to say it.
Admitted openly that he wants to pack the Supreme Court with 23 far-left justices to shred the Constitution of the United States. His sister, very close relationship, celebrated the terrorist slaughter of babies on October 7th. His mother worked for an organization that gave hundreds of thousands of dollars to a gentleman named Osama bin Laden. Have you heard of him? Knocked down the World Trade Center. She gave him a lot of money, and he recently campaigned with a communist fanatic who says that America deserved 9/11. We deserved it, right? We deserved all that death, destruction. But
Oh my god. I thought he said the name. I thought he actually said the name. He doesn't say the name. How do you know they weren't talking about some other communist who said America deserved 9/11? He's not going to say it. Like, he refuses to say it. I mean, good luck with all that, dude. It's so fucking racist. Like, it really upsets me. It's like, I hate it when I see the politicians being more racist than your average person, you know? Like, it's like encouraging people to be more racist, you know? It's fucking sucks. May he awaken the people. Oh, yeah.
she gave him a lot of money, and he recently campaigned with a communist fanatic who says that America deserved 9/11. We deserved it, right? We deserved all that death, destruction. But in Michigan, the Democrat nominee.
Democrat. Look, you know what I should attach is him. I'm sure somebody's already done this, some Hasan superfan, but him calling into whatever TV station that was on the morning of 9/11, where he's like, that means now my building is the tallest. And then, like, what he did, I don't think he was in on it, because I don't think anybody would trust him, you know? But I think he immediately profited off of it, right? Like, he supposedly sent his workers to go help with first responder shit and then demanded that they pay him for it. Like, shit you not. And he got paid for it. He got reimbursed for the cost of his workers' wages that day, when there's no proof that any of them actually went down there and helped with anything. But he was certainly insistent upon that. We'll get to this Data Republican thing in a minute. Who's me here? I want to watch the shoe on head video too.
Normalizing with Israel isn't the only thing that's being extracted from the Venezuelans here, because Venezuela also raised eyebrows when it withdrew from the ICC last month. That was part of course, the broader U.S. project of gutting
What song
the
should I
International
use?
Criminal Court after it dared to issue an arrest warrant for Netanyahu. And then I also want to point out, Zoe, that the Financial Times has reported that the U.S. has collected roughly $13 billion from the sale of Venezuela's oil since taking control of it. Only about 300 million of that is publicly accounted for. So what the hell happened to the other $12.7 billion, right? $13 billion. No one can say where most of it went. Just absolute corruption from the Trump administration, in addition to so much other stuff we see coming from this administration. Meanwhile, again, I go back to Maduro is sitting in a U.S. jail cell awaiting trial.
Last week, on August 11th, statements were released by the Venezuelan and Israeli foreign ministries about restoring consular relations and ending a 17-year break in diplomatic ties. We know that Hugo Chavez cut ties between Venezuela and Israel in 2009 due to the assault on Gaza, which was underway at that moment. This news has caused a lot of controversy, unsurprisingly so.
It's just like we always see their priorities. Like, this is what they do. They take over the country, and then the first thing they do is steal their money, and the next thing they do is insist that they restore diplomatic relations with Israel. Really? Do you want everyone to hate you, like, as much as possible? Or is there some other strategy here? Because, you know, you're not going to gain a genuine ally here. You're going to be able to force them to go along with you as much as you can force them, and when you're incapable of continuing to force them to do what you're bidding, they are going to hate you so much more, along with all the millions of people who are like aware of this, who are watching this happen. Just like
for many,
fucking,
and it continues to be a beacon and a light in terms of the anti-imperialist
we need
movement,
a zombie Chavez.
and it has been one of the most vocal pro-Palestine voices for the past 25 years since the triumph of the Bolivarian Revolution. And so, in that sense, this move, this break from the position that was held by the government of the Bolivarian Revolution was, again, something that caused quite a stir. But Ronnie, I think, we really wanted to talk about this because there has been, again, a lot of commentary about what this means, what it says, what it reveals, and I think a lot of the conversation has been missing the broader context within which this is taking place. And so we wanted to kind of break
this
down
TikTok
some of
is
that,
sick. I need a good song.
Talk about what we've been reading and seeing to kind of make sense of that. So
really, just awful news, awful development.
Yes. Yeah, of course. So right now, I think it's important for people to keep in mind that Israel is
that Israel is sacrosanct, or they want to just like dare the world to be like, oh fucking, why are you doing Israel's bidding? Like, I don't understand it. Like, yeah, no, there's nothing anybody can do about it for now, but like, presumably they will not be able to force their will on Venezuela forever. And the more aggressively they do it now, it's going to result in a quicker, like, more ferocious backlash at some later date. Like, I mean, it's not like they have soldiers there, right? They're not gonna be able to like put down any kind of like uprising or whatever. I mean, I would love to see them try, right? I just think, like, I don't know, this like American government fixation on Israel is, I think, counterproductive to both long-term empire and short-term Israel. Like, I don't think this is helpful for anybody's long-term ambitions, or even mid-term, like, I just think that, like, they could have done this in a way that would have bought them an extra 10 years or whatever. Instead, it's going to result in a harder 5 years or whatever.
Israel is losing credibility left and right.
Like Zoe's saying.
It is losing friends. It is losing allies.
They have to force people to like fucking have diplomacy with them.
And considered by many a state that is, openly committing genocide. in the United States, popular opinion has completely shifted on Israel. We've talked about this a lot. We've talked about how it's shaping the races of the Democratic Party, a party which has historically supported Israel. And not that it will end its support, but its candidates are seeing that it has to kind of shift its rhetoric. So in that sense, Israel has been, and hand in hand with the United States, trying to, in its quest along with the U.S. for achieving greater legitimacy and hegemony on the world stage, has been pivoting to Latin America. And this pivot is not necessarily new, but with the arrival of hard right governments in the region, this opening has become a lot bigger. And again, it has been several decades that Israel has been courting Latin America. There's many military cooperation agreements. Of course, we were just talking about Colombia. Colombia has had historic cooperation with Israel. They do joint training exercises. There's a long history there. But again, in this latest period, they've gone beyond kind of the free trade agreements that had been established with Israel and between many Latin American countries, and kind of moderate military cooperation agreements, and actually trying to establish deeper and stronger commercial ties and political ties. And this has largely been thanks to the government of someone we love to hate and love to talk about on this show, Javier Milei. Milei, he is, he has really embraced everything that Trump has put in front of him. He has embraced Israel in a big way. And this has been a calculation that he has really doubled down on. He converted to Judaism. He's made several visits to Israel, and really kind of positioning himself as the man that is going to open the door to Latin America for Israel. And that is why in 2025, Argentina's ambassador to Israel floated the idea of why not make these, what was happening across North Africa and West Asia with the Abraham Accords, why not build a similar framework in Latin America? Again, different from West Asia and North Africa, where many countries did not have any formal ties with Israel. There were already a lot of countries in Latin America already have had relations with Israel. It's not that they all had suspended diplomatic ties. So again, a little bit of a difference there from the Abraham Accords. But the Isaac Accords was launched as an idea to strengthen this cooperation, strengthen it in areas of research, of economic cooperation, of cultural initiatives, really just solidify this relationship. And there's a stated goal to counter Iranian influence in the region, which again is not really. This is sort of a fictitious invention of these governments, but nevertheless, that is what was stated. And it is something that has been promoted by Argentina, but Argentina has from day one not only visited Israel several times, but also visited the United States several times. And essentially, Javier Milei has said, what do you need to happen in the region? I will be your man to make it happen. And so I think in this context, the Isaac Accords has been this proposal, this initiative to bring in, like-minded governments. Again, we've talked a lot about on the show the right-wing tide in Latin America that has been winning elections and drastically changing the map. And this is kind of the context within which this is taking place. So this announcement, just wanted to give a little bit of that regional context. And so on August 11th, this announcement was made again by the foreign ministries of Israel and Venezuela to renew consular relations. And this had followed several kind of steps of what we could call rapprochement between the two governments, given the fact that, again, there were no diplomatic relations since 2009. And after Venezuela suffered the devastating earthquake, which again, thousands were killed, thousands are still disappeared. Israel took this opportunity to kind of swoop in, send several technical teams as part of the emergency response and recovery efforts. Notably, I think less than were sent to Colombia, as we just spoke about in our last segment, but again, sent a team and had kind of a public face to this mission. There were several meetings that were held between the Venezuelan presidency and this Israeli team, and this began to kind of set the stage for what we're seeing now, which is the renewal of the consular relationships. In the wake of this announcement, which again takes place in this broader context. The International People's Assembly released a statement yesterday and said that it notes with indignation.
Well, wait, can you tell our audience what is the International People's Assembly?
Oh, yes, of course. The International People's Assembly, which is a platform of movements, organizations, parties, trade unions from across the world, most concentrated in the global south, which,
Let me use that
many
song.
different movements and organizations. Part of this platform, I don't know if that's a good enough breakdown.
No, basically, it's a collection of movements. No, it's important to context because they need to release a statement, but it's like this. Yeah, this is a big deal.
Right.
It's a big deal for them to have to release a statement.
It's a a network of organizations that has as its principle solidarity with the revolutions in Latin America, solidarity with Cuba, the Bolivarian Revolution, but also a principle of anti-Zionism. And so in this context, the International People's Assembly released a statement which I'll read from. It notes with indignation the growing influence of
Sodom
the
and
Zionist lobby in
Gomorrah
Latin America and the Caribbean, which
agreements.
seeks to normalize relations between
Soon.
governments in the region and the Israeli occupying entity. It comes at a time when Israel faces mounting diplomatic isolation, widespread international condemnation for its genocidal war against the Palestinian people. And I'll just skip to the part about Venezuela. The IPA expresses its deep concern over the announcement by the Ministry of People's Power for Foreign Affairs and International Trade of the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela that it will establish a coordination mechanism for the provision of consular services between Venezuela and Israel. It is equally concerned by the opening of channels for technical coordination and consular relations with that country. And I'll just say one more thing, and then I want to hand it off to you, Rania. The IP understands this unfortunate policy shift, which may pave the way towards diplomatic normalization as a regressive departure from the Bolivarian Revolution's historic and principled solidarity with the peoples of Palestine and West Asia in their struggle against Zionism. And this line, I think, is very important. At the same time, we view it as a direct consequence of the new situation imposed on Venezuela following the invasion on January 3rd, 2026, and as part of a broader strategy of coercion and domination led by U.S. imperialism. This strategy includes the complete militarization of the continent through the Shielding the Americas initiative, which the IPA categorically denounces. So I think we have been talking so much, Rania, in the past couple of months, really, or honestly since January 3rd itself, about the dramatic shifts in the region that not only January 3rd brought about, but also these victories of the far right in Latin America. And notably, I just want to remind people that before January 3rd, the United States had deployed several warships and 15,000 troops to the Caribbean in order to stage this operation. And in the lead up, it carried out dozens of boat strikes, which have killed, I think the number is over 200 people, a lot of them fishermen, in an extrajudicial way, accusing them of, trafficking drugs, but presenting zero evidence to the same. So, Ronnie, I just wanted to kind of highlight these elements of context, read out a bit of this statement, which is, very significant and important, and now get your thoughts on this. How do we understand this announcement, and how are you seeing it from where you are in Lebanon?
Yeah, I mean, that's all really important. I think this has just been incredibly upsetting to watch because Venezuela has been this bulwark in the region for so long, alongside Cuba, but Cuba for longer, against U.S. imperialism, and of course, Chavez cutting off the ties with the Israelis during that horrific war in Gaza in 2009 was, the logical outcome of his and the Bolivarian Revolution's solidarity with the Palestinian people against Israeli genocide before it became popular. And so to see this particular move by the Venezuelans is seen largely among people here who, are opposed to the Israeli genocide as a betrayal of the Palestinian cause. I mean, that's the kind of rhetoric that's being used by people, at least. I can get more into that, but, I think the context is really important, and it's not to let anyone off the hook, because this is a horrible move, and I think maybe we'll talk more about it in the future, because I know there's probably lots of conversations happening, because people in Venezuela, particularly people who are part of the Bolivarian Revolution, like the issue of Palestine is a priority issue for them. So, there's probably a lot of arguments, very heated arguments taking place with regard to this that I'm sure will end up becoming more public as time goes on if the Venezuelan government continues in this direction. But this is not the first thing that's happened in Venezuela that's raised eyebrows. And it's because of the kidnapping of the president and the bombing of Venezuela that killed something like 100 or more people on January 3rd. That was unprecedented. This isn't like Venezuela just woke up one day and was like, hey, you know what? Seems like a fantastic idea. Let's just become besties with the Israelis. That's not what happened, right? You had, it's been a kind of memory hold almost because so much has happened since January, like the Iran war, which has just taken up, which has like shocked the world and is causing like really dramatic impacts globally on the economy. And obviously has been so much destruction. There was the war in Lebanon, the ongoing genocide in Gaza, the ongoing attack on the left in the U.S. I mean, so much is happening that it's easy to forget that on January 3rd, U.S. forces invaded Venezuela, kidnapped the sitting elected president of Venezuela, Nicolas Maduro, and his wife Celia Flores, and then flew them out of the country to face prosecution in the U.S., where they continue to
Probably
sit
the
in
worst thing
jail
he's
cells
done.
in
Of all
New
the
York
horrible
City.
things he's
I
done,
believe
that's
Nicolas
probably the
Maduro
worst.
maybe even in solitary confinement, if I'm not mistaken. Just complete, and utter barbaric behavior that, is just, I don't even know what to use to describe it, but the world just kind of shrugged and moved on. And then you had the vice president of Venezuela, Delcy Rodriguez, take over, and now she's been acting president since then. However, the person who's actually running Venezuela right now after this operation is Secretary of State Marco Rubio. There was this New York Times article that was published in July, and I actually want to read from it. Mr. Rubio has become the de facto viceroy of Venezuela, holding sway over a sovereign nation in a way that no American official has since Paul Bremer III arrived in Baghdad in 2003 to run U.S.-occupied Iraq. Mr. Rubio now effectively controls Venezuela's finances, the distribution of its natural resources, and its government. The U.S. Treasury receives the revenue from most of Venezuela's exports, then disperses it to Venezuela through the country's banking system, a relationship akin to parents handing out allowances to children. Mr. Rubio and his team set the conditions on what that money can be spent on and by whom. The arrangement has also given Mr. Rubio immense leverage over Ms. Rodriguez. He also oversees the application of U.S. sanctions on Venezuela, deciding who gets to do business in the country and how. For her part, Ms. Rodriguez runs important government appointments by him, such as the Minister of Defense. This is a country that's practically subject to colonial rule, administered by one of Washington's most hawkish Israel backers and most hawkish neocons, who's had fantasies, fever dreams for his entire career about taking over, about destroying every leftist Latin American government and literally just taking over these places and turning them into like mini colonies of the U.S. And that's exactly what, he's running Cuba policy as well right now. And that's what you see, happening to Cuba as we speak, is this attempt to strangle the country until it submits. So I also just want to say, normalizing with Israel isn't the only thing that's being extracted from the Venezuelans here, because Venezuela also raised eyebrows when it withdrew from the ICC last month. That was part of course, the broader U.S. project of gutting the International Criminal Court after it dared to issue an arrest warrant for Netanyahu. And then I also want to point out, Zoe, that the Financial Times has reported that the U.S. has collected roughly $13 billion from the sale of Venezuela's oil since taking control of it. Only about $300 million of that is publicly accounted for. So what the hell happened to the other $12.7 billion, right? $13 billion. No one can say where most of it went. Just absolute corruption from the Trump administration, in addition to so much other stuff we see coming from this administration. Meanwhile, again, I go back to Maduro is sitting in a U.S. jail cell awaiting trial. Not letting Delcy Rodriguez off the hook here, but, she definitely faces the same fate. That's the fate I think any leader that stands up to the U.S. today faces. I mean, look what they're doing to Iran. Again, not letting anyone off the hook here. I personally think these are terrible decisions. And well, maybe we'll continue to cover these developments as they take place. But again, it's not just Venezuela, because as you just mentioned in your in breakdown you gave of the region, this is happening, region-wide, worldwide, you could say. But Cuba under the worst sanctions in years. You were there just last week, and you reported back about how they're having to ration chemotherapy because of the way the U.S. is strengthening the country. There's the Shield of the Americas initiative, just militarizing the entire hemisphere, part of the Done Road Doctrine. U.S. strikes killing fishermen. U.S. strikes literally in the name of the drug war in Mexico, in Ecuador as well. You have Brazil under pressure now. You talked about that. We talked about that earlier in the segment with Javier. So this is in many ways kind of like the Gaza treatment going global, and the U.S. sort of using that as it's like, we will do this, we will Gaza you if you don't abide by what we want. And that's the unfortunate reality of what's taking place. And then I want to also be honest about how this is landing here in Lebanon. The Bolivarian Revolution, like I mentioned, very popular here among the pro-resistance crowd, which is a huge portion of the country, because it's been consistently anti-imperialist, consistently pro-Palestine, standing with the resistance for 25 years. Hugo Chavez, there's posters of him. He's a celebrated figure because of the stance he took and the sort of sentiment of like, oh, he kind of defeated the U.S. empire. So watching Venezuela restore ties with Israel while the genocide in Gaza just deepens, also extending to the West Bank, into South Lebanon, with Israel now eyeing Syria too. Like, that's a real gut punch here. People in resistance circles are calling it a betrayal. That's exactly though why I think it matters that the IPA made the statement that you read. Like, it's not necessarily to pile onto a government that's under siege, because I think that's the concern here is you don't, right? Because Venezuela is basically under threat of like, we will bomb you if you don't do as we say. Like, we're going to kill your people. But I think raising that alarm is important because we know that submission to U.S. dictates is not just a slippery slope. It doesn't even necessarily work to alleviate the pressure you're trying to alleviate. You just look around the world for that, right? So I think this needs to get pushed back. It's Zionism and collaboration or normalization with the Israelis should absolutely always be anywhere in the world a red line. And just, something I do want to leave people with though is like, I was thinking about this as we were kind of like, as I was preparing to talk for this segment, and the word normalizing, it's a funny word because I don't know if it's the right word. Like, is that the right word for a government that's being given the choice between like this or die? Because like you think about the Gulf states normalizing, that was signing the Abraham Accords. Like, that was voluntary. By countries that didn't really even have a negative relationship with the Israelis to begin with. Like, nobody invaded them to make them do that or like bombed them to make them do that.
Right.
This, I think, is a bit different. I'm not sure what the right word is, but I do think in many ways this is looking to me like a government that's under a kind of unofficial occupation by other means, right? If it's money, it's resources, its own president's freedom is all controlled from Washington. Like, or it's kind of just like Washington's making all the decisions. Again, occupation by another name in my opinion, but also being made an example of, and I think a message to the rest of the hemisphere that like fall in line, or like this is the extent of what we'll do to you, like we'll do the Venezuela or the Cuba model to you. And I guess I'll end on like, I don't, Venezuela is not the villain here. I think at the end of the day, the U.S. is the villain here. And it's just really this, just another cruel, sad, like just disappointing development during a time when the U.S. empire is like just at its, most violent or getting to its peak violence. And we're seeing what the cruelty of that looks like around the world.
No, 100% Rania. And I think also just to add, like, this is, as you said, a very difficult moment for the Bolivarian Revolution. And I think it is, there is kind of this cognitive dissonance because people often turn to Venezuela to be the voice for the voiceless, to be this anti-imperialist beacon. And I think that it's important to note that like people are still building communes in the territories. People are still, they're still trying to defend their model and defend their sovereignty. And all of those efforts, deserve the support of people of conscience from across the world, and that understanding that what is happening in terms of its foreign policy again is not without agency, but in many ways I think yes, dictated by Washington. So it's again an unfortunate news for the anti-imperialist camp and for, of course, supporters of Palestine around the world, and obviously within that region. Something that's hard to stomach. Of course, we would love everything to be simple and easy and easily digestible, like the corporate news tries to make everything. But we live in a very complicated world where there's zigs and zags and setbacks and advances. And I think it's going to take a while to really understand the extent of how the region has changed and how the relationship to the U.S. has changed. I mean, it's just worth repeating. There had been no direct military attacks from the United States. There had been covert CIA operations. There had been, U.S. backing of different groups that then carried out attacks, but there had not been direct military attacks. So everything is changing, and here at Breakthrough News, we are trying to give you the tools to understand the analysis, to understand this changing world.
Channel 4.
We are a nation in crisis for sure. We are an empire in decline. We're seeing one version of that death spiral in the Strait of Hormuz right now, right? A socialist Donald Trump would move America in the appropriate direction. There are a lot of people who were two-time Barack Obama voters that voted for Donald Trump. How does that work? I know what the answer is.
Who is your socialist Donald Trump?
Let's go through some names. Hello and welcome to Trump World. I'm Matt Fry in London.
And I'm Anoushka Rastana in Washington, D.C.
You're back?
I'm back after a little relaxing break, but good to be back, good to be at it, and we've got some good stuff today.
Today we're going to focus on the civil war inside the Democratic Party as the primary season where they choose their candidates gets underway, or has already got underway. And this guy that we're going to talk to is called Hasan Piker. Now, he's an incredibly influential streamer. He's got millions of followers, and mainstream Democrats, the big cheeses of the party, regard him both with fear and derision in equal measure. But he's someone who you have to take very, very seriously indeed as we head towards the midterm elections at the beginning of November.
So among the kind of most controversial things he said, he once seemed to suggest that the US had deserved 9/11, a comment that he did apologise for at the time. He has said that he thinks Hamas are 1,000 times better than Israel.
Can not anybody ever, at any point, ever properly contextualize the comment? Like, it's so fucking... perfect record. Never heard a single person bring that up appropriately. Do they not know, or what? Who's this lady? She's got a fucking mean face, man. You look mean, lady. Anushka Astana. Men used to be cheesemongers. The moon is watching you make your TikTok. Good. Chicago, Illinois Temple. I'm gonna select that. That took me forever.
Has caused massive anger, and of course we put those things to him, as well as having a much broader conversation about the domestic situation in the US.
Hasan Piker, thank you for coming on the podcast. Thank you for coming on Trump World. I just want to start off by asking you to kind of introduce yourself to the British public, because I mean, Americans by now, they're beginning to know who you are. A lot of them really know who you are. Some love you, some hate.
Trump World is the name of the show? What's this?
This baby knew my heart was hurting and came to sit with me.
Yeah. We will carry on with this story with my next guest.
Somerville?
We have someone, we have a special guest
Trump World now.
in the building. Her name is Madeline.
Yeah. Channel 4, I remember because they were the ones who made those good debunking videos for Gaza. Right? Wasn't that them? Like when the Israelis said that the like when the Israelis said that it was actually Hamas who blew up their own hospital. Wasn't that them who made that long video proving them wrong? Maybe not.
Madeline Somerville. You might recognize her from the Will Kane interview that she conducted, where she talked to Will Kane and even defended me, but then she turned around and apologized for it. So we brought her in the building, and we're gonna have a hopefully productive and interesting conversation. Hello.
It's on Death Spiral.
You can come right in. Thank you.
Hi.
Hi.
So nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
Thank you for having me. For Kaya.
You claim to be...
Oh, thank you so
and then
much.
those are for you.
It's a shot color.
Okay, hell yeah. All right. Guys, stop saying it. Give her water. She has her beverage right here.
Oh, that's so nice. Your fans are the nicest.
No, they're not. They're
yes, they are. You're wonderful.
They're awful monsters. Don't
You're
even.
Wonderful.
Don't acknowledge them. Don't. They're terrible.
They were so nice to me.
Yeah. Also, wait, introduce your guest. I already did. Madeline Somerville. Madeline, how would you describe your
does that mean, little
experience
bit?
and your background to our audience?
Yeah. So, I'm a lawyer. I was a trial attorney for like 7 years, and then, but when I was in law school, I mostly did child
How
welfare
old
and
are
child
you?
policy. But at the time, when I was in school, I was dating a guy with 2 kids and no job. So I needed to get a job that was going to pay me more than a public interest salary. So I was a trial attorney.
What?
And then once I didn't have
that's how
to
awful
provide
people
for
talk.
a whole family anymore, I decided to go back to politics. I worked as a speechwriter for the Senate.
I don't want to be mean or whatever, but that's the story she tells? Oh, I was dating somebody with 2 kids, so I had to take this evil job for some shitty corporate law firm. And what was her excuse? And when I didn't need to do that anymore, again, so I could continue to afford the lifestyle to which I am accustomed. What?
On a Democratic caucus in Georgia. And I wanted to rip my hair out the entire time I was there because I was begging them constantly. What does my camera? Right here?
Yeah, that's your camera.
Yeah, right.
Awful
Hi.
person.
I was begging them constantly to listen to me, and nobody did, because I had my own strategy, and I'm happy to talk about that because I think that you and I agree on a lot of how the Democratic Party should have been handling these things, and they didn't. And then after that, the Trump trial came to Georgia, and my business is called, because I'm a jury consultant as well, it's called Georgia Trial Consulting, and it's just got really good SEO. So news stations started calling me to ask about what kind of jury should be good for the Trump trial, and I wanted to kind of scoot into politics. And one of my best friends was a reporter for in Minneapolis when George Floyd happened, so she just hooked me up with some local stations, and it just went from there. So I don't work for anybody. I'm just a lady that lives in Atlanta, and I genuinely care about people understanding the truth, sincerely care about it, and I'm just obsessed with. Like when I was writing speeches, I Googled how to deprogram a cult. Like I was just obsessed with figuring out how this happened, because it's really the same thing as a jury consultant does. You know, like it's persuasive language. It's a one-way conversation that you're having, and I just really wanted to try to reach people that they weren't reaching. That's me.
All right, perfect. So question for you right off the rip. So let's talk about the Natalie Harp situation. So let me wrap it up first, and then we'll talk about some of the media hits that I saw you do, talking about Abdul Al-Sayed, talking about myself with Will Kane as well.
Sure.
What do you think is going on with this Natalie Harp situation? Do you think because my speculation is, I'll just right off rip, I'll tell you what I think. I think Trump is asexual, biromantic. He does not have sex for personal pleasure.
You don't have to put up with this.
I think he has sex for power in the same way that rape do, and he is.
Sure, that's right.
Really?
Yeah,
I
he
don't
is
think she did.
a at least like court ordained rape as well. So
Yep.
I don't have a problem saying that.
Adjudicated as such.
Yeah.
Yep.
So.
Look who
That's what I
rebuilds
think,
the cities that are destroyed
when I think of
after
Donald Trump. So I don't think he's like having
What?
sex with Natalie Harp,
CEOs
even though some
of the
people are speculating that.
corporations that
I think she is
One
picking up his
exception.
diapers. I think like diaper cleaner, human printer. That's what she's been called.
Yep. I think
So-
that was when Maggie Haberman said that she was sort of his binky. I think that was her clue to telling us that she was cleaning up his diapers. I think that was.
There's only 2 lanes in corporate media. You can attack Trump and the Republicans, or you can attack the libs. Right? Like, you literally can't tell the truth and keep getting invited on any of these shows. The fact that you were on Newsmax and CNN, again, the 2 worst. I would say those are the 2 worst. He's pushing back on the anti-Semitism of Candace Owens. Okay, dude. It's like, she's like, oh, I'm just debunking the lies. And it's like, no, they're not. Like, they know what they're doing. They know, like, that's what they're doing. You know, you don't have to, like, God. The credulity is, I think, the part that's bothering me about her. Where she, like, pretends that it's like, Oh, I just got a fact check here. This is actually not true. I never welcomed Tucker as part of our anti-war, anti-genocide movement. He's a disingenuous plutocratic demon walking around and masquerading as a human heart. What do you mean, your movement? What movement are you a part of? What? How many radical followers of Islam do you know who would marry a female medical doctor?
Whose wife wears a hijab, yet he parties with influencers at pool parties. And defends a religion and countries and terrorist groups that subjugate women and strip all of their rights and believe that if a woman does not provide sexual relations to her husband, she can be beaten. And I'm still trying to, Madeline, merge this of the people who are like the white educated women are going, oh my God, I'm all in for Abdul.
What?
And really at his core, what he believes.
It's like, there you go. Like, if you don't want to go to war with Iran, then that means you like everything that anybody in that country has ever done, I guess. Or again, I'm not sure what these things he's saying. Like, he's acting again. Typically, it's like, oh no, yeah, Iran is like the fucking ISIS, you know, like. You see, it's an I word. Like, where do you even begin? Like, what do you go back to? Like, what do you respond to that with? Like, the argument appears to be, oh, you're so woke, yet you don't want to fucking go to an existential war with Iran. Hypocrite much? Like, it's such a stupid argument. Like,
I'm happy to talk about that, actually, because
let's get one
thing straight here, right? He might be a Muslim, but he's not a radical Islamist. And to assume that, based on what he said, if you look at all of the evidence, is crazy. First of all, in his own personal life, he's married to a medical doctor who wears a hijab, right? I don't know how many radical Muslims are married to a female doctor. Right? He supports LGBTQ rights. The implicit.
He also hold on, Madeline.
Leland, shut up, dude.
Madeline, stop. He also supports Hamas that throws gays off.
What?
He does not support Hamas. He's never supported Hamas, and he loves Jewish people, and he said it a million
Yeah, he
times.
does.
I don't know how many more times people need to say it before we can stop scaring the Jewish community. I'm a Jewish person. Dr. Abdul, he's an epidemiologist. He's a smart, kind person.
Never practiced medicine. I don't care whether somebody's a doctor
Never
or not.
practiced medicine.
There were doctors who were the head of Al-Qaeda. It's not. I think he deserved the truth.
Leland is such a piece of shit, dude. I mean, this is the bare minimum. Like, while you all out here hating on his son, he's out there fighting against the anti-Semitism Candace Owens and Nick Fuentes are spewing. Specifically pushing back against their logic and BS weak narrative. What's their BS weak narrative? What?
A linguistic kind of suggestion.
Yeah.
Like baby language.
That makes a lot of sense. That
yeah.
makes a lot of sense to me as well.
Yeah, I take that I took that seriously. But
like,
yeah, I think
trying to like
look,
ride him
he's
to
a serious
fame.
narcissist. He has like a classic
By
type
saying this bare
narcissistic personality.
minimum.
And it makes sense that somebody would attach to him like that. That's a young girl who probably has, I don't know if she has daddy issues or not. It's not for me to say, but it's
trafficking
it's
in
easy
the
for
worst
somebody to fall into that
takes.
and to write notes like you're all that
That guy
matters to
doesn't
me when you get
practice
trapped by a
journalism.
narcissist.
I mean, again, epidemiologist, is that a guy, is that a general practitioner? Seems to me that like that type of doctor works in an office somewhere.
John Ossoff's comment about her, I really don't think was that bad. He was talking about it in the context of like he's going off and enjoying himself, and she is called the printer, right, as you said, because she prints off stories that make him feel good about himself and hands it to him. So I think that
I think he should have. I think John Ossoff could have come out and been like, oh, you're piping
I know,
Natalie, and I
it's
still wouldn't
so
care.
bad.
Yeah.
And like,
because the reality of the matter is, and maybe you'll agree with me on this.
we're
I think
so
that
far past this. Like, no one's been this Islamophobic in so long, and they keep trying to make it happen. And it's like, most people don't even know any Muslims. They don't, like, let alone have like racist thoughts about them. And like, they keep trying to like agitate people over the worst arguments. Like, the arguments that Leland was just using are so pathetically awful. I think that she should just not even, you shouldn't even respond to
but by
stuff
and
like
large,
that.
I
It's
think
so
like
stupid.
liberal
Like,
media was far more
it's like,
critical.
if
of
you're
Biden.
Muslim, then it's like every bad thing a Muslim person has ever even thought about doing, you like that's your shit. Like, I mean, I wish he supported Hamas, you know? Yeah. I mean, that sounds like something Trump would like, though, doesn't it? Yeah, someone that might work for the CDC. Yeah. Yeah, they support epidemics and not medicine. I mean, I think Leland is just, he supports whatever he has to do to attack the Democrat. Yeah, exactly. You don't know any Muslims that are much more afraid of Christians. I mean, yeah. I know, right? I mean, that's what they all do, though. These reactionaries all around the world, they pervert whatever religion is in their country. You know, whatever that country practices, they find a way to make it justify the worst, awful shit that they do. Yeah, I know, it is pathetic. Like, I don't know, I don't like this girl.
Overall, with some notable exceptions, like I just mentioned, then it is doing. But yeah, I think like the Natalie Harp story is fine. I just really despise when Republicans get to cry bully as though we haven't been around for the last 10 years of Trumpism in this country.
Like, no one cares that Trump's immediate response was, oh, you mean Pee Wee Herman? Like, nobody talks about that anymore, that he gives like schoolyard bully nicknames to people, because as Steve Bannon said, he has flooded the zone. So it's just hard to focus
Steve
on one
Bannon
thing.
said.
And obviously the media is going to focus on the thing that they think is going to get the most clicks and the most hits, rather than the thing that's actually going to satisfy their audience long term, right? Which is seeing the bigger picture.
Yeah.
And if they help them piece together
The
a story
worst
that will allow people
ideology.
to make sense of
It gets so much
reality
worse
by
than
helping them
anything
piece
else.
together the bigger picture, that will be ultimately satisfying in the
the
long run. But they have
evangelical
no patience.
shit.
And
Yeah.
so
It's
it's
just
just,
like-
whatever. And I think you're right. I think they play along with whatever's on X.
It's just like, they don't,
which
how
again-
do you not get, like, how is it not just like transparent that like, if your religion says that like rich people and successful people are like that because they deserve it, and if you're not as rich or successful as you want to be, it's because you suck. Like, how is that? So no matter what happens, like, they're right. Literally every scenario, you know, it's like self-fulfilling prophecy. Like, every single thing, it's like not even self-fulfilling prophecy, it's like self-fulfilling world. Like, literally every action in the world justifies preemptively, retroactively, infinitely. It's justified because of that concept that like good things happen to good people and bad things happen to bad people. Like, it's just, it's so, I mean, I genuinely think that they don't see I don't even want to call it a contradicting, because it's not a contradiction. It's like, I don't know. I don't even know what to call it.
And is funny because none of
Yeah,
their
exactly.
actual
It's
persuasive
so,
strategies
like,
attack any.
It's just
of the
contradicted
Republicans'
by
talking
like every
points.
single thing in the Bible.
And what's funny about what you said
Like,
too about the corruption piece is that the fact that he does it out in the open is like a point that the Republicans use to say, well, at least he's transparent about it. And Trump does that. Like, he'll flip it on its head, like with the
I mean,
with the
it's
ship
true, though.
that's traveling home today. When the reporter said, don't you think they've been out long enough? He's like, actually, I think they haven't been out long enough. He'll take that and he'll like flip it the other direction because it's like, it's very linguistically manipulative.
Linguistically manipulative.
He's very good. He's very clever at playing the media game. That's why he was able to dismantle the establishment of the
camel in
Republican
the
Party
eye of the needle
and really feed into the unlimited appetite that mainstream media had in terms of like drama. And he gave them everything they ever could have wanted.
Yep.
And that's part of the reason why he won in 2016. And then he was able to do it again. But one thing that you mentioned that I actually 100% agree with that I find really interesting is Republicans set up narrative devices ahead of time for some of their most odious policies, some of their
100%.
most like toxic, most damaging, sometimes often violent policies. They never stop campaigning. They campaign year round on issues, specifically issues that they oftentimes will go back to the drawing board on and like
I was just looking at her Twitter
recalculate
feed.
their sloganeering
Oh,
around.
Yeah.
Like-
One example that I always point to is the clever
She's
ways
like
in
a
which
corporate
they
media lib.
attempted to make transphobia a
Trying to,
salient
like,
issue
Yeah.
in 2016, failed to do so with
Yeah.
with the bathroom
tie
bills in
yourself
North
to the
Carolina.
sun.
So much so that Donald Trump himself came back and said, "You got to drop this. This is ridiculous. Caitlyn Jenner can pee in any bathroom she wants to as long as it's in Trump Tower."
I forgot about that.
Yeah, Trump was openly
That did happen.
pro-trans.
Yeah.
Trump was running as openly pro-trans, and this actually played a role in people's perception of him, where they were like, "Oh, he's a heterodox thinker. He's not. He's a bit of a moderate, as a
Right,
matter
like he was
of
fine
fact."
with abortion.
Yeah.
Right. Like, yeah.
So what's interesting about that is that when the trans
guess
issue
she was
failed
defending
at that
him on
point,
TV.
they Republican think tanks went back and they strategized and they focus grouped and focus tested their message, and they found that if they tie transphobic or trans panic to children and also sports, that they could have a far more successful message. And that's how we arrive at transgender athletes in children's sports as like a primary vehicle for Republican campaigning. Democrats have no response to it whatsoever, and Democrats don't even do anything as far as like go on the offensive with their policies, which the Republicans would inevitably have to
That's exactly what I meant.
fight back against.
Because there's ways to do it
Yeah.
that would be so effective that, like, when I was working as a speechwriter, I begged them to do, because I knew that the state senators, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
No, go ahead.
I knew that the state senators were just preaching to the choir, right? They're standing in front of each other and they're already going to vote however they're going to vote. So who you're really talking to is the media. And the whole point is to try to get the majority, because we live in a minority, like the state where the Democrats are the minority. And so we can't do anything. We don't have any power until a Republican leaves office. So my goal was to get a headline, right? The goal was to have somebody
that's
stand
what I
up
mean.
there
You
and
don't
say
have-
something that
If they did
forces,
good things, they would have
Mrs. Jones,
power,
who lives in a
you know,
Republican
like, it's-
district, who
I
votes
think-
Republican, to say, hey, I didn't know that this guy was doing that. Is that what he's doing? And then you call and say something, right? That's how you make, that was the only thing that I could think of to try to turn things around, and they wouldn't do it. I had such a good idea. It was, Raffensperger, like
So
the whole issue with
nervous.
him.
Yeah. Yeah,
so
he should be. She sucks.
they were trying to kick him off of
Is she in love with him, or
the
is she
election
just
board.
trying to, like,
And
professionally hitch
I had the
herself to
idea of,
his
rather than everybody
stardom?
getting up and telling a story about how their sister's cousin's brother voted one time, right? Come up there and just each person that goes up there, 6 senators, just say, we refuse to punish people for telling the truth. Next person. We refuse to punish people for telling the truth. Next person, right? Rather than standing up there and saying a bunch of nonsense. Because
Yeah,
then
exactly.
what can
It's just
what can
like a
newspaper write?
fundraising
It's one
thing.
headline. It's
It's
one
just like a
one
money
sentence.
laundering
Right? That's
thing.
all they can take, and the message gets sent home. And they told me they didn't want to do it because they were afraid of pissing people off.
I don't know.
And so I lost my shit. And actually, I'd love to
I don't
tell you
know.
the piece that I think really caused the shift into the DSA, because I think I saw it on the local level, and I really wanted your opinion on it. We could talk about it later, but I definitely wanted to ask
He
you
hasn't
about
pushed
it.
her on
because
anything
it
yet.
felt like
I want to see what she
it was
does.
it was the first glimpse that I got.
Yeah, so obviously there's a lot of
Stoner comfort
momentum
zone.
on the side of the Democratic Socialists of America. It's a grassroots movement. I think it's activating a nascent base that's always existed at the heart of the Democratic Party,
Yeah.
of people who have never actually like self-identified as socialist necessarily,
she
but
defended Hasan, and then she
actually identify
apologized
with a
for
lot of these
defending
values,
Hasan,
a lot of these
and
policies.
then she learned more about Hasan and
I think
unapologized
it's
for defending
even more
Hasan.
captivating
for the
like, broader base of Democrats in the country, especially if you go down to like issue specific, like policy specific.
How do you know so little?
Things
to
like
not
Medicare
understand?
for all.
Like
it's a 90-10 issue in the base, right?
Like, how
And
does she not know
it's got,
polling number?
cross-party interest as well.
Yeah.
Another one is, of course, Israel and demanding accountability over Israel genocide. It's apartheid and refusing to send tax dollars to Israel.
Yeah.
This is a very, very popular issue. But
he
due
said
to
the same. Yeah,
the
exactly.
unbelievable
That's what I mean.
amount of
they'd
corporate
rather
interest
lose
with Medicare
than
for all
move
and
a fucking centimeter.
the interests of the Israeli lobby,
They know their fucking
AIPAC, and all
primary
these other
responsibility,
subsidiaries.
and so do the
Democrats
voters.
look at yet
That's the
another
problem,
90-10
you know, like-
issue and refuse to endorse it, refuse to recognize it, and are
Refuse to see the
actively
truth.
and are actively trying to find a way to message around it. One of the things that
they have been
they've
for
also
years now.
kind of leaned into, and it goes back to what I was talking about with the double standard in media, is the idea that there are odious, toxic figures out there,
completely self-inflicted.
in, independent media, people like myself, that are.
I don't think you're.
Yeah, well, thank you for saying that, but that's but they're basically doing that right now. I mean,
genuinely
Moskowitz
like
went
she
on
was
Fox
trying to
News
lose.
immediately
Yeah.
after his victory.
Yeah.
Went on CNN last night, and then Fox News this morning to talk about how he hates me, he hates the DSA, he thinks that some DSA candidates should not even get their security clearances because of, I guess, their differences in opinion on American foreign policy. I find that kind of stuff really dangerous.
I find it dangerous.
Yeah, especially at a time when the Trump administration is like actively putting, people like myself sometimes, and certainly a lot of DSA folks as well in their crosshairs.
Yeah.
So leaning into that is very dangerous. But I think once again, liberal media has also played a role in this.
Yeah. So I have a very specific view about what the parties are doing to Jewish people right now, because I'm Jewish, and I haven't heard anybody else say this, and I'm
patriarchs to
really
vote
sorry
for
if it's offensive to people, but this is what I
pushed
believe.
out anybody who might
I
have
think
voted
that
for her.
The Republicans said, okay, 50% of
Amy
the
Baldwin's
Democrats'
campaign
donor
meant
base is
immigration
Jewish.
reform.
And if you're Republican and you're strategizing and saying, how do we cut them off at the knees? Then getting the Jewish vote is exactly what a good strategist would do. And the establishment Democrats are dumb enough to fall into that trap because they don't stand up for anything. And I can tell that story too, about healthcare specifically. But as for Israel, I really think that the Jews are straight up getting bamboozled. Like, they're getting manipulated into buying this falsity that is allowing their vote to switch, right? And it's going away from the thing that's actually going to help them, because the establishment Democrats aren't going to win. I'm sorry, like, you do this for a job, they're not going to win. They're not going to win. And part of the major reason why is because of healthcare. Like, I think that, when I was writing the speeches, the senators all did this summer camp where they had to write their mission statement. They had to all work together to do that. And they wrote something like, we believe that everyone should have food to eat and a bed to sleep in and a house to live in and healthcare. So I wrote it into their speeches. It was my first day. Like, I took their words and I put it into the speeches. And the caucus director took it and she crossed all that out. And I was like, why did you do that? And I was like, I'm quoting verbatim. And she said, it's too much. It's too harsh. And I didn't get it at the time.
harsh?
And I'm neurodivergent, so I want to know why immediately, right?
Mm-hmm.
And it's making me crazy. But then I see what's happening now with the DSA, and I know that people don't care about the socialist label. I've known that forever because Gen X, Millennials, and Gen Z don't care, and in fact want to do something different because we understand that we've been propagandized specifically about socialism and about any movement that the United States has rejected, right? We understand that, and so we're open to it naturally. And the problem was, I don't know if they didn't want to get called socialist or what, but the The issue was that they
does she not get
they didn't
that?
have the courage of their convictions.
No,
they
but
weren't able to
that's
stand
not
up for what
why.
they actually
Come on,
believed in,
lady.
because I know that's what they
Then-
believed in. They wrote it on the sheet and they took it out. And I've seen so many people say, yeah, I don't know what it says on the DSA website about, prisons or the Senate or whatever, but I just think everybody should have healthcare. And I keep telling people this, like, when you have this is the only generation alive that's had this much exposure to people across the world, and war and
no
lack
wonder
of
the
human
Democrats
rights
suck,
is
right?
a very
This is their
difficult sell
speechwriter.
to people who have grown up seeing that
I know,
people on the
man,
other
it
side
all
of the
sounds
world
so
are people.
awful. It's making me
that's
so
and that
depressed.
is a direct threat to
Exactly.
the
They didn't
military-industrial
go
complex,
after
right? Because
anything.
if everyone's
They
human,
won't.
then there's no need for
It's
war,
just-
right? Then we don't want it. So
Again, it's hard to tell,
It builds into a
like-
lot of different stuff, but ultimately, what I'm talking
It's
about
just
is
like it's hard to tell if I don't know. I think a lot of it is like a lot of them are really old, but that's no excuse for someone like Hakeem Jeffries or whatever. Like they're just awful. Like they wouldn't have those jobs unless they were awful. Like
I
it's just-
love the Pope. Ooh, I love the Pope. He's wonderful. I love the Pope.
I was more of a fan of the previous Pope, but this one's fine
I
too.
love this Pope.
He's been outperforming my expectations because I was like, I don't think the Pope should be American. Like,
You know why they did that though, and it's funny because Trump took credit for it, and we're like, yeah, it is your fault.
Yeah.
Like, because they were like, somebody's gonna need to talk to him. Like, somebody's gonna need to temper him.
Yeah, but he clearly doesn't respect the Pope. But
No, he doesn't.
He doesn't respect anything.
anybody who
But
says anything
Yeah, he
negative
negative
about
what,
him,
what I was
ever.
what I was gonna say
Sorry,
is,
yes.
So there's been you brought up a very interesting point
Like, they
about
attack
50%
him for
of the
not
donor base of the
being
Democratic
hawkish
Party being
enough,
Jewish. I don't know
you
if those
know?
numbers are correct. That sounds crazy, but
Yeah, I just checked it.
It's believable. But what I was gonna say is, I don't think they're actually going to successfully get. And you might have a different opinion on this. I don't think they're going to successfully get like a lot of American Jews to vote for the Republican Party. There will be a decent amount. We've seen some shifts already take place with Ana Lulia
Psychos.
Mejia. But then again, there was an Orthodox neighborhood in Livingston, so there was more of a conservative voter base there to begin with. But we've
the
seen
people you
some
could
shifts
get, you
in
don't
New
want,
York as well with
you
Zohran
know?
Mamdani.
Yeah.
But
again, that's what they do want because they don't care
by
about
and
winning.
large, but by and
they
large,
just want
I
the money.
think, even if they're not, 50% of donations come from Jewish donors. It's not that 50% of donors are Jewish. Okay. Well, regardless.
Sorry. Yeah.
By and large, I don't think Jews are going to swing wildly in the direction of the Republican Party. Perhaps I'm wrong about this. But I do
There's
think
not
that
that
a
many
lot
of them.
of
It's only 2%.
Jewish donors
Like, why does that matter?
that might just forego their donations to
And
the
half of them
Democratic
are
Party might end up
anti-Zionist,
doing
you
that. But
know?
that's not
Like-
necessarily like, I don't think that's necessarily reflective of the Jewish vote or the majority of American Jews and their attitude about the Democratic Party.
I would agree with you. I think that's right.
Yeah.
And I think that the study that, or the poll that they took about Bibi being less popular than Mamdani was real. I think that the generational divide is real. And I also think that Trump knows very well, and the Republicans know very well, that energy is real. And the more I exist in Jewish circles where people are telling me that I'm a traitor or calling me a capo, the more I hear that because I'm speaking the truth, they're trying to discourage it. And I view it as my job to continue telling the truth in those spaces. But there are a lot of people for whom that's not their job, and they're spending their energy doing other things, and that's okay. And so, I worry because
Catholic
I don't
Church.
want them to be
I don't know about
manipulated.
that.
I don't want them to be taken in
International
by something.
Criminal
'Cause,
Organization?
like you're getting bamboozled. You're getting taken in by a narrative that's trying to control you to look away from the truth. Like that's really what's happening here. Like so Mehdi's my favorite journalist, and I just go on
Mehdi's your
his
favorite
website and I
journalist?
made like a list of sources that I can just send Jewish people now who call me names. Like I just send it to them. I'm like, please
What?
go see for yourself that they're shooting
But
children in the head.
I don't
like,
think that's gonna. I
Yeah,
mean, does it work?
Yeah.
I would go so far because I
Not
I
every
talk
time,
to-
but it does
I
sometimes.
talk
What
to
do they say?
I have a lot of
Oh, I didn't know.
Jewish anti-Zionists in my community. I even have
Yeah.
Jewish anti-Zionists from Israel in my community. They're not exactly there's not exactly many of them in Israel, unfortunately, but
there's kids burning their conscription papers.
yeah. But what I was gonna say is their experiences with their family and their communities is it's tough. It's a conversation that they can't get across. And one of the other elements of this is and I had a disappointing experience with the Jewish Telegraphic Agency when I went down and I talked to them for 2 hours, and then they basically did an ADL press release in the front end and then took like 3 quotes on the back end and added that.
It hurts.
I think that there is definitely a level of hysteria, not dissimilar to what took place with Jeremy Corbyn in the UK. At the time, I think it was David Graeber, rest in peace, who wrote about this and spoke to it extensively about the hysteria surrounding Jeremy Corbyn being an anti-Semite when he is not and was not, and he simply opposed Israel's apartheid.
Yeah.
Of course, it was a very different time back then. I think if that happened today, he would probably be objectively the most popular politician in the UK. But I mean, what do you think about a lot of the Jewish press, with the exception of like Jewish Currents or the classic outlets? I believe the editor-in-chief of Forward recently left as well, and she was taking the magazine in a different direction.
Yeah.
And I guess it didn't work. There's a lot of internal pressure. From some older and maybe more influential voices within the community that tries to keep the community in line and to make it seem like it is this monolithic force that is singularly invested in the continuation of Israel's apartheid.
Spot on. Yep.
Yeah.
Spot on.
So how do we penetrate that is my question.
Yeah.
Because like you
I made that my job.
Yeah. So you have had conversations with Batya.
Yep. I talked to her today, actually.
And she not a fan of mine, of course. And I saw this conversation that took place between you and her where you were defending Abdul.
I love Abdul.
And then she kind of comes out of nowhere and just starts lying about what Abdul is saying.
I know.
And tries to like bully you to change to change your position on him.
Yeah.
Does anyone have that clip? I don't know. If
there's a better clip of me defending him later that night, actually, on Leland. I really like that clip.
That clip we just watched was so bad.
They showed a clip of him speaking about Sharia law, and my therapist says that Islamophobia triggers me, which makes sense, because all hate should trigger everyone, but it's close to anti-Semitism, whatever. All hate should trigger everyone. And it just made me sick. And I lost my shit because I was like, no, the entire point of him talking about Sharia law in this speech was that they didn't need to outlaw it where they did because it wasn't a problem.
Yeah.
It wasn't an issue. You've taken this clip out of context. And the clip where they were talking about him not showing the Quran in the background, I was like, the reason why he can't show the Quran in the background is because you're going to accuse him of wanting Sharia law. Like, it just, yeah. I really love Abdul. I'm like, his wife is a medical doctor. She's a medical doctor. Do you think there's some sort of like crazy Islamic conspiracy going on with this human being? It just it just makes me
sure. The thing is like I mean it is just rank Islamophobia. And unfortunately it's not only institutionally permitted, but it's also it's promoted by our institutions in very meaningful ways. I think one of them is the consistent notion that Abdul al-Sayed is this scary guy. He's a misogynist. He hates Jews.
Right.
Like, I think
which
that's
is
one
false.
element. That's one element of Islamophobia that totally gets unnoticed. Like that totally doesn't get covered at all. Is the idea that every Muslim is automatically anti-Semitic.
It's ridiculous.
Yeah, and look, they do it. They did it to Zoran quite a bit, and Zoran is like over the top, as accommodating as possible.
Absolutely. I mean, I watched him dance with the Chabad rabbis.
Yeah, and not only that, but also, I mean, he's always first in line whenever there's anything that is an anti-Semitic attack. I mean, this is a job as the mayor as well.
Really fast about this. This was day 2 of me commenting on this. I really didn't know that much about Abdul at this time.
Okay.
So that's why when she was telling me something, I was like, really?
Yeah.
You would vote for him?
Yeah, I would.
You would? After everything we just said?
Yeah, because here's the thing. I think that I understand. When I do this as an analyst from the center. I do this as somebody who's not putting their opinion into it, because I genuinely look at all the sides. I talk to the people who are involved, and I look at it as an analyst. And so,
but how could you vote for somebody who doesn't want Jews in the Democratic Party?
Because I don't think that he doesn't want Jews in the Democratic Party. I think that the media has clipped the wrong pieces, because I've listened to him, and when he says things,
like, that's such an insane assertion.
Yeah.
First of all, no one would be able to exist. Like, anti-Semitism is not institutionally permitted. It's exploding in America. This is true. But at least in the institutions, like, if you say something actually anti-Semitic, you will get punished for it.
Unless you work for Tucker Carlson.
Unless you're a Republican.
Yeah, but again, he's outside of the confines of
mainstream.
normal mainstream institutions now, right? And that is an insane assertion to make, and yet people are so comfortable making these sorts of assertions, leaning,
Trump
in
says
my
Jews
opinion,
love
heavily
money.
into
Like, how much more anti-Semitic could you be?
Madness surrounding not
money.
just Abdul al-Sayed, but just like Muslim candidates in general.
And it really started getting to me. Like, and that's when I went off on Will Kane. But yeah.
So let's talk about that. So you defend him, and then she just straight up says, like, Jews should not be allowed in the party, and it's like shocking to you.
Well, no. So the thing that she said was that he said the only reason why a Jew would be in the Democratic Party is if someone paid them to be. And I was like, he said that?
Yeah.
And then I did the research on it, and that's not at all what happened at all.
No, of course he didn't say
it was
that.
not that at all.
I think even the most critical interpretation of what he said, I think he was talking about like the only reason why people would overlook like Israel's human rights violations is because they're getting paid.
Yes, it was about human rights.
Yeah, which makes total sense, because like I don't think
that's true.
I understand Zionist indoctrination. I've had Simone Zimmerman on the broadcast. Like, I have many anti-Zionist friends who are very close friends of mine, anti-Zionist Jewish friends, who've gone through the process of like going to J camp and going to school and congregating around this sense of community, this identity that revolves around Israel and protecting Israel, and then slowly but surely coming to terms with the reality of what Israel's apartheid actually looks like.
Yep.
Like outside of that bubble, the level of fealty and admiration that like a Haley Stevens shows to Israel,
weird, huh?
Is strange. To say Israel comes to me in my dreams, like.
Did she say that?
Oh my God! You didn't hear that?
Israel comes to me in my dreams.
It's on my soundboard. But I mean, look, I don't want to clip chimp her. I don't want to clip her out of context. If you want to look
I'm not sure any context justifies that one.
Yeah,
that's a good one.
But that she talks about how like we can look at the full clip. It's even crazier than that. It's not out of context at all. But
that's embarrassing.
But yeah, so the reason why I'm bringing that up is because like she was hired, basically anointed by AIPAC to take out Andy Levin. Andy Levin at the time was very critical of Israel. Andy Levin was the president of a synagogue, coming from this Levin family that was like a very famous political family in the state of Michigan. And Haley Stevens, not Jewish, got paid millions of dollars by AIPAC to unseat Andy Levin.
Yeah.
Andy Levin, of course, was also one of Abdul's first endorsers, ironically enough.
I think I like this guy.
Yeah, no, he's great. Like, I don't fully agree with everything he says. I'm definitely... I definitely have a different perspective on.
How could you be like a
issues,
professional
but I have disagreements
in
with
this
Abdul
space
as well,
and just not understand basic stuff like that?
My point is, I love Abdul. He's great. But my point is like, Haley Stevens is not Jewish.
It's like, why are you doing this?
Where did this come from?
Yeah, like, I mean, she's getting paid to. And look, it's the same shit with MAGA. It's the same shit. You get into a group and you feel part of the in-group, and you're like, yes, welcome. We all share this belief, and you can feel at home and welcome here, and we're going to laud and glorify you for doing it, which is why it's so hard to, if that side is not the side of the truth, to be the one that's bringing the truth up to them. Because you literally have to, like, your brain is programmed for cognitive dissonance to reject the thing that makes you question your identity. Like your brain is literally programmed to push those facts, truth away. You know, so
Yeah, but here's the full clip.
United States Congress.
Oh my God.
I will continue to fight for the people of Israel. I will continue to fight for Israel's existence. Israel comes to me in my dreams.
What just
I
happened?
see Israel's future, and
What
I
just
know
happened?
that Israel will continue to exist for the.
Oh my God.
And in the United.
Yeah.
Heal.
So that's like if I was running around saying like Estonia comes to me in my dreams, people would be like, that's weird, man. Like, why do you fucking love Estonia that much? Like, relax. You know, they got great bandwidth. They got great
Oh my God.
internet in the country. They
What
do.
just happened?
But that's like, so that's insane. I don't think that she went through the process of like, indoctrination or anything like that. I think it's just like she's a party apparatchik, and she recognizes maybe
I like that word.
early on that you can't oppose Israel because if you do, then you don't have a future in the party because they will dump $10 million into your race and you won't get elected. They'll find an opponent for you and unseat you. AIPAC has done this with Wesley Bell against Cori Bush. AIPAC has done this against Jamal Bowman and numerous others. And one other element of this, I think, is a sophisticated media influencing
disinformation
operation as well.
campaign against the American people.
And I think that's part of the reason why
going on for
Haley
quite some
Stevens
time.
still to this day is talking about how, like, the one thing Abdul needs to do is separate himself from Hasan Piker. And it's become clear to me that I've somewhere along the line, there were either some big donors or some relatively powerful people that decided, like, this guy is a problem.
Right.
We got to discipline him.
Right.
We either have to, like, defang his reach in some way, shape, or form, or we have to make sure that people understand that if you actually are a prominent critic of Israel and a bit of a loudmouth, like, we will do everything in our power to make sure that you are ritualistically humiliated.
Yeah. Well, I just joined that team that's going to be the ritualistically humiliated one. So we're all on the same team now, guys.
Yeah. But I think it's also important to have Jewish voices in the process.
I think it's necessary.
But it is. But I do worry that now that you're, like, your criticisms of Israel as a Jewish person will probably cause you to get blacklisted.
Yeah, and death threats.
Yeah, I mean, that is a part of the, that's unfortunately always a part of the job.
Yeah.
But
no, I mean, look, it's funny because I get a little bit of a pass because I'm Jewish. Like, I get a little bit of a, you're allowed to make that joke, but nobody else is, kind of thing. And so I'm less likely to get blacklisted. But the thing is, the only way you get anywhere in this world is with courage. And I have begged every politician I've ever talked to know that. Like, I was advising one of the state senators one time, and she was trying to figure out if she was going to walk on a vote.
UAP sighting
it was on
tomorrow.
the police training center.
Really?
And she didn't know what she wanted to do. And
That 8-ball
her
does
chief
smoke
of
crack,
staff said to
though.
her, like,
I make sure
you should just
about it.
walk. Like, you're not going to get any points for courage. And it was my, like, second day. And I raised my hand and I was like, excuse me, I actually think that the only thing that you get points for is
programmed
courage. And they don't get it. They don't, like, that they don't get it. And that's why I was saying earlier, like, long-term understanding, like, this is your strategy, because they don't stand for anything. And that's the problem. They're really, the way that politics is working is not that there's, like, an avatar that rises from amongst the people and speaks the words that everyone is feeling and puts words to it. What's happening is they pick a person and they work backwards. And the Republicans are even worse, actually, because what they did was they took all of our data from Facebook and analyzed it and then figured out how to mostly
Like the
manipulate
fucking
people
demon
who live over
rats
here and over
didn't
here
also
and
do
gave
the
them
same
ads
shit.
specifically
Shut
for
up.
that.
Yeah.
It's
Come
all
on.
terrible, but it's not how politics should work. How it should work is exactly what Zoran did. He knocked on
Pretending that,
fucking
like,
doors,
only the
and he
Republicans
said,
use voter
what do you care
data
about?
to
Because I care about
fucking,
what you care about, and I just want to make sure that we're on
target
the same
their
page.
ads.
That's
Come
what
on.
he did.
yeah, so let me ask you this. So you went on.
Yeah, exactly.
the
She
Will
seemed
Kane
like she
show,
just doesn't
and,
understand things,
I
right?
love Will Kane.
It's wild
I
to
love how you
think
said
that.
he was like he accidentally.
Seems like she's been pretty
He's the number one
successful.
defender of
hysterical.
the American
know.
socialist movement that's growing in
Can't.
large part due to Will Kane's promotion
I
of it.
cannot.
So you went on Will Kane and he defended me, and he was just as shocked as Batya was when you said you endorse Abdullah al-Sayed. Yeah. But then the next day you went on the timeline because we were just watching it, and I was like, oh, that's interesting, because I never expect someone to defend me on mainstream outlets, so it's always a welcomed, a welcomed, refreshing perspective.
Yeah, and it was before even Abdul came out and said like the same thing I did.
Like I said, we have a reverse meritocracy.
A lot of people got asked about it because it was a Friday. I remember.
So, but then you
either you're awful or dumb enough.
So what happened
to be given positions of prominence?
First of all,
and also the Groypers were the Nazis. Were very mad because they were like, how come nobody ever defends Nick Fuentes? It's like, well, because I'm not a.
He's a fucktard, right?
Yeah.
Like
because I'm not like an insane Holocaust denier.
Right.
But that's besides the point. But so what happened in that process? Because I feel like it could be very informative for people.
Yeah, and so I'm so grateful that you're giving me the opportunity to talk about this, because I don't work for anyone. I'm literally just a lady that lives in Atlanta that cares about this, and like that's how I got on TV doing this. I don't get paid a single dollar for doing any of this. I pay for my own travel. I go all these places myself. And what happened here, right? Which I immediately got death threats after I got off Fox, which happens all the time anyways.
Of course.
And so that's not the reason I did this.
You're a woman on Fox.
Right. And it happens all the time. That's not the reason that I issued an apology. Here's why, and I want to say this to you. Like, I know but I want to say this to you. So
yeah, she's obviously like planned what she was going to say.
I have spent the last year and a half, 2 years, like desperately trying to reach people who I think got totally bamboozled. Like,
what?
And in such a way that I believe that people who work for Trump have studied politicians throughout history, like back to Cicero, to figure out how to linguistically manipulate people.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm constantly studying how to try to bring them around. Because yes, there are some truly evil people, right? But after being on Newsmax for a year and a half, almost every single day, like 1 out of 4 of them is still really.
She thinks they act that way because they don't know better, and not just
right. Like since Jerry Falwell sent syllabuses, plural of syllabus, down from the White House to churches in exchange for taxes instead.
Yeah.
From day one, they were told, if you don't conform to what we believe is a good Christian, a good person, then it's actually a lack of discipline on your part, right? You can show humanity to other people, and actually that means that you have a lack of discipline, not that you're like deny who you are. And that fits with so much of it. But the thing is, when I realized that, I went, okay, so actually my goal isn't to mic drop in all of these things. My goal is actually to bring people around to my side. And I know they're not going to do that in one conversation. I know it's going to take a relationship and time. And so when people do reach out to me, it's usually once they've seen me a couple of times, and then they get so incensed and they don't know why. And like, it's because it's usually elder Republicans that are like, you seem like such a nice young lady. And I am extraordinarily careful with how I present these difficult issues. I do not compromise the truth, though. I don't do that. I
sure, lady.
will focus on a piece that is still true in order to relate to the person. And I had to spend like a solid 3 months just like writing in a journal before I started doing all this, because I was really scared I would people please and just start giving into what other people said. Like, I just writing down what I believed in so I would never let it go, because I knew in the moment I was going to have to pull them and I was going to have to start from a smaller place, and I didn't want to lean that direction. So the thing that I wanted to be able to say to you humbly, because you invited me here and I'm very grateful for that, is that I also want to change people to our side. And
what's our side?
Every piece of me wants to get a megaphone and stand on the top of a building and scream how I feel, but I knew that wasn't going to work. And I know that when you said, I don't care about and it wasn't even that phrase specifically, about the Israeli women who were raped.
It doesn't matter if rapes happened on October 7th. It doesn't change the dynamic of genocide for me.
Exactly. So
like, it doesn't justify genocide.
The thing is, I want everyone to see the genocide that's happening. I want them to not reject the facts that I know are coming into their brain, and I'm trying to feed its breadcrumb to them slowly. And this is the first time I'm telling people that I'm doing that, because I've been quietly doing it. Nobody knows who I am. I'm not like a household name by any stretch. But I was like, all right, well, maybe in 10 years from now, if I do the work starting today, like I'm a housewife. Like I have 2 dogs that I take care of. You know, like I dedicate all my time and love and energy to this, because even as a jury consultant, I saw these manipulative language techniques. I was like, why are the bad guys winning? And then I saw Trump doing it, and I was like, that's why. So I was like, I need to be able to bring people to my side and not just mic drop. How do I do that? And that's why when I thought, okay, the goal for Abdul Al-Sayed, the goal for Francesca Hong, the goal for these people who are DSA candidates who believe in a lot, like 90% of what I believe in. I want us to heal. I want the people who are on my side that are yelling at the other side, right?
God.
To start figuring out how to bring them over, because we gotta heal.
God.
I'm done. Like I'm
So she wants
done with
to-
the mic
so
dropping.
she's going
I'm done
to
with unless someone's
tone
not
police him?
disingenuous. Like if you're Tucker Carlson, I will mic drop
my
right in your
God.
face.
Oh my God, lady.
We need to heal, and I know that the goal is to win. The goal is to win the seat, and you only need a certain amount of people to be able to do that. But I didn't come for them. I came for the ones who got bamboozled. I came for the ones who Trump
this
took their
even
religion
mean?
and twisted it and made it something ugly and evil and to manipulate. Like I came for them. And so you have a different role. Like you are an avatar. You are somebody who puts words to how people feel. And now 30,000 people every day watch you say that, and then their hearts feel better because somebody has said it. I mean, people in my family feel that way about you. And that is a role that is necessary. Mine is to try to bring people over who got the wool
for
pulled
corporate
over their
media
eyes.
based on
And so for
people
me,
who are kind of like this.
I want
like
people to come
I don't know,
over
obtuse,
who
maybe. I don't know. Like,
I knew if I said the truth straight out, right, the way that I wanted to, not hiding the truth, but if I said it the flat out,
what are you?
That their brains would shut off, their minds would shut off, they would stop listening to me.
So you didn't get calls? Like that's what I was trying to get at, where it was like,
No.
How could you say this about
No, I
this
didn't want
person?
I didn't want people to stop listening to these politicians, and I didn't want people to stop listening to you because of the way that you were saying things, because I want them to hear what you have to say. Like when I started listening to you,
I don't know.
and when I started talking to your followers, I mean, obviously I knew
when
enough
I
to be
hear
able to talk
bullshit,
about it when I was on with
I have
Lil'
like a
Kane,
visceral
but,
reaction to it.
I mean, people pay me for a living to tell other people are lying. I know how genuine your heart is.
You're doing
like I
something
could
different
see
here.
it, and I knew it, and I was like, well, now I think it's my fucking job to tell people this, because I know he's getting a bad rap, and you didn't ask me to. Nobody's gonna ask me to. Like I just, you're perpetuating
about him,
the
man. He'll take
truthful
care of
narrative,
himself.
and I don't want people to
you got
shut
some
that
work to
out.
do.
And the more you
Bit of
use that
journaling, maybe you
language
should read a few
to
books. How about
describe
that?
it, the more people are going to shut their minds and their ears off. And I just know that from practice. So that my apology was not related to anybody calling me. It was related to the fact that I feel like sometimes the
If she could read
language
that
that you're
Parenti
using
book.
causes people to shut their minds off and
Oh
their
no,
ears
for
off.
sure. Well, one of the things.
So
that,
I'm sorry that I took back the defense too.
No,
because
I
since,
don't. I mean,
because,
I don't care.
Sorry, just one more. Just since then,
What
I
does
have
take
delved
back
very
the
deeply
defense
into your
look
work.
like? What is that?
And I've seen a
I'm
tremendous
sorry,
amount, and I've
I
collected quotes.
defended
I send it
him?
to your team. Like I've collected quotes that I will be able to use next time. Next time somebody says something to me, I'll be able to be like, oh well, actually he said this exact opposite thing. So the point is that I'm sorry that I took it back. What I really should have said is I have a nuanced answer to this. I have a nuanced answer that I didn't deliver in the moment because I was so upset about the Islamophobia. But that's really, I didn't mean to retract my entire defense of you. That's what I wanted to say. Hi, I love you. Hi, and you're perfect, and I love you. So I'm sorry.
Yeah, no, it's okay.
No, seriously, I am.
Look at her neck. How's her
fine.
neck
I mean,
look?
I look at, again. I didn't even expect anyone to defend me on Will Kane's show.
I know, but
because
look,
these guys don't. These guys don't have me on purpose. I think it's because like if I
this baby knew my heart was hurting and came to sit with me.
Yeah.
That was just what just did you? I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you. I just
no, it's all good. No, she will. She'll just sit there
That's my
if you pet her
That's
forever.
my pill.
Yeah, she's according to the vet, she's 5 pounds overweight.
She didn't even know what he meant when he said you're going to get blacklisted.
Yeah.
Like,
not fat, but She's getting up there. She's a little chunky.
I brought her some chicken
She's like,
jerky.
nah, I'll be
Listen,
fine.
I just want to say, like, to your face that I see you and I see your heart.
Like, she's not gonna get invited on TV anymore, and she's like not talented enough to do her own thing.
Go out there on the news and defend you. It's gonna be me, because here's the thing.
They're not gonna bring you back on.
I wouldn't
don't
say
want
that
that.
much. I wouldn't say it out
explicitly
loud. Like,
don't want somebody defending him.
I'm well aware.
To not get
I'm well
invited
aware.
back on
Listen,
any
listen.
panels.
It's because he never said that he was fine with rapes or 9/11 or any of that. He believes in human dignity. He believes in respect for every human being.
None of it is
that shit all got
legitimate.
clipped. You're
Fucking
getting
pig
manipulated.
dogs.
You're getting twisted because the media and the Republican Party want to take advantage of you, and the Democratic establishment. I'm done with it. I'm done. Like I wanted to be here because I wanted people to know that the things that you're saying are true, even though you shouldn't have said it that way. You should not have said it that way. And also, like, I'm glad that you are trying to show that people
I don't
China
think she's
is not
like Bacha. I
crazy
think
and
Bacha
like that
is
everyone in China isn't
nasty.
insane.
Like, I think she's a skilled
but
operator.
also, like, maybe we get more of a nuanced explanation from you about China. You know, like maybe there are. That's all I'm saying.
I talk about it all the time. This is the problem. Is
She's just,
I
like,
don't
confused.
stream in 20-second increments. I talk for hours on end, and the medium, the platform that I'm on, makes it super easy, especially because unlike
wish I had a hater who clipped
there's
me
also
saying
constant
things
back
out of
and forth
context.
communication that's
It would
taking
be so
place on
funny.
these contentious subjects.
Yeah.
So of course there's going to be people. I've made it a policy to allow anyone, everyone who wants to speak, to be able to speak in the chat, and I read everything. It's insane. It's very difficult to parse
I
through
feel
it.
like Chris Hayes in the same way too, though. He just
there
seems
are
like
plenty
dumb.
of instances where I'm
you know?
like retaliating against someone, and then they'll
Like,
put
he's not
that out of
necessarily
context. And,
like a.
I mean, Scott Jennings did this
Bad
recently.
guy or manipulator or whatever. But just like
Yeah, he's he
compared to like Scott Jennings, I feel like knows what he's
Republican
doing.
Party
You know,
strategy,
like he
midterm
knows exactly
strategy
what he's
is
doing. Like,
specifically to do the clip show. Basically, they're going to go through all of the the 22,000 hours of live broadcasting that I have out there readily available, and then be
but
like,
I think
this
she
guy
just wants
is
to
bad.
be famous. You know, she doesn't
This
understand.
guy is crazy. The DSA is crazy. These guys are, horrible monsters or whatever, and they're just going to try to.
You think Hayes is doing a job? Yeah, I mean, I think that sometimes actually. I also think. What happened? It's over anyway. Can we watch that whole thing? Where does she take back the... Who's this guy in the hat, man? He's down to interview you. And then it took you 10, 12 days to set that up? She thinks it's like funny that she's like, oh, look at me, I'm Jewish. Like that's somehow like, oh, I'm gonna be the Jewish lady who's defending Hasan. Like, like she doesn't attack. Like she's like, oh, we need to defend the Democrats. Like that's.
are other videos. They're coming out day by day of things that he has said. And the newsworthy item here is not that there is a commentator out there on the internet saying something wild, but that there are Democrat candidates who have decided to go arm in arm with that person out on stage, to have that person campaign with them. And of all the things that I've been surprised by today, I think the only one that surprises me is you saying no, don't disavow that. Why? Because you got to reach those voters.
I didn't say get rid of him completely, and I didn't say bring him up with you. I said keep him at an arm's length. You need their attention. The most valuable commodity in the entire world is your attention, right? I'm not saying that you need to compromise your principles in any way. I'm saying that is he disliked by some people? Yes, but it's not compromising your principles to have him with you. Has he said some crazy things? Yes, but he said some really good things too. That's why he has something like 10 million followers, right? And you need the attention of those people. It's the same game that's being played on the right that's been played many times.
It's not the same game that's played on the right.
No,
it's not.
For
What
Donald
are you
Trump in the
talking
first
about?
place in the first election. That's how this works. You don't have to compromise your values. You just have to make sure you get everyone's attention.
Oh, you have to get everyone's attention. And like, that was not a good interview either. Like, he did not push her on anything at all. Like, it was just like plain patty cakes. Oh, God.
This was 7th. Yahya Sinwar, the head of Hamas, had studied Israel and Hebrew for years. He studied it in prison. He knew exactly what was going on. Do you really believe that he did not anticipate what would be the Israeli reaction to the murder of their civilians
fucking psychotic
in an
argument.
invasion like the one Hamas did into Israel on October 7th? Do you believe now that that was a miscalculation on his part, given what's happened?
I think these are two different points. I was not, and I'm not part of that decision to launch the operation on October 7th. I was member of the political bureau, but I am not was of the decision to do it. But if he expected or not, this is an issue. Maybe he was expecting such a response. I don't know. But on the other side, who can claim that the response of Israel is automatically a response to the operation on October 7th? Yes, I agree that there could be, or there should be, or it is expected that there will be a military response against, as we have seen in 2008, 2012, 2014, 2021, and so on. But what happened after that, which is clearly described by big international legal bodies like ICC and ICG, has nothing to do with the military response. It is a full conscious decision of the Israeli government. The ICG didn't hear the Hamas and aware about October 7th, but despite of this, they have described what happened in Gaza, have all the indications of a genocide. Therefore, this is a full, totally separated entity from what happened in October 7th, regardless of how you judge it.
You might think it's separated, Mr. Naeem, but this happened and then that happened. This is a fact. 70,000 plus Palestinians were killed after 1,200 Israelis were massacred and hundreds were taken hostage and many of them were killed. So this is a
Israelis.
fact. What I want to ask you is, as you are now, were you surprised then? Are you telling me you're surprised by the reaction?
No, again, I am not surprised because I am aware about the nature and the core project of the Israelis. It is already an adopted plan by the Israelis to end the Palestinian existence within this sphere between the river and the sea. This is what they are doing in Gaza, in the West Bank, in Jerusalem. Okay, again, maybe he has expected a harsh response or not. This is not my duty to answer it because I don't know. But again, we should not again and again to blame the victims. For example, in Gaza, I was the Minister of Health for years, and I was part of the leadership for the last 20 years. We have tried through the UN, through the mediators, and through the Great March of Return, a very peaceful public demonstrations near the fence to get rid of the siege against Gaza, to end the blockade, to get rid of of all this, what we call it. Israel has converted Gaza Strip into an animal farm, into a new concentration camp. All these peaceful steps have led to the same result. Israeli crimes, unfortunately, supported by the international community, especially in the West. The Israelis and the international community, in particular the West, they have squeezed the people into the corner, and therefore all what's happened after that is an expected response to the negligence of the international community to this conflict and the complicity of the international community, in particular the Israelis.
Now the United States, President Trump is...
This question is for Senator Markey. Is there any age that's too old to serve in Congress?
Well, I think everyone watching this debate can see that I'm more energized than I've ever been before in my life. I am crisscrossing the state. I'm fighting for families. It brings out the Malden in me every single day, seeing what Trump is doing to families. Congressman Moulton has a hard time keeping up with me in the course of this campaign. So for me, if somebody can't do the job, they should just step down. But I can do the job, and I am fighting every single day for families all across the Commonwealth. Families who right now have an incredible affordability crisis. They see housing prices and gasoline prices and food prices going up, up, up. And what they want is a fighter. And they know that that's who I have been. I have voted against more of Donald Trump's nominees than any other member of the United States Senate since he was sworn in last January. And I'm going to continue to fight him every single day on behalf of every single family in the Commonwealth and our nation.
Yes, but Senator, if you look at the two Trump terms, you voted for 62 Trump nominees, including Secretary Rubio. I mean, and the question is, did you honestly think that Senator Rubio would do a great job as Secretary of State? Did you honestly think that, or did Chuck Schumer just tell you to vote for him? Because either way, it was a terrible decision, and these nominees are hurting a lot of people across the country. Now look, I've done over 50 town halls. You've done a couple. You've missed 3 candidate forums just in the past week. It's a lot of work to represent this entire state. And every time I go out west, the South Coast, the Cape, I hear we don't see the senator. We don't hear from him. We don't get to ask him questions. It's a lot of work. I believe in climbing mountains, not just driving up them. And I want to be a senator who will serve well into the future.
Senator. Okay, thank you. Well, Congressman Moulton doesn't have a single state representative or a state senator or mayor in his district who has endorsed me. The mayor of Lynn has endorsed me. The mayor of Salem has endorsed me because I show up. I deliver. And with regard to Marco Rubio, last December, Pete Hegseth and Marco Rubio asked for $1 trillion in order to fight a war in Iran, in Venezuela, and soon Greenland, and in Cuba. You voted for that budget. When Marco Rubio asked you for $1 trillion to fight an illegal, unconstitutional war, you voted for it. And right now, people all across the Commonwealth and our nation are paying the price.
Senator Gay, you voted for more defense bills than I have, including in the Iraq war, after voting to send us to a war in the Middle East that we didn't need to fight. But the question was about age limits, and I think we ought to actually answer the question. And what I have said in this campaign is that we should have age limits. We should have age limits for Congress, just like we have age limits for Massachusetts judges. Now, I don't know exactly what the answer is, but I've made 3 promises. 1, to foster the debate. 2, to fight hard to get whatever the conclusion is passed into law. And 3, if I'm ever in that position, to abide by it myself, regardless of it gets passed.
I just want to hear what her attack is on this.
Well, we wanted to bring you an update in a race that we've been tracking for more than a year. So we're joined once again by Aaron Baker, who actually decided to primary Randy Fine more than a year ago from the right. Aaron, welcome back. Appreciate you for being here.
Always a pleasure to be here. Thanks for having me back.
Yeah, this was such an interesting race, and Ryan and I interviewed you about a year ago now, just about your decision to get into this race, because there was something very interesting happening on the right, and Florida became a place where not even just your district, but Florida, the entire state, during this primary cycle became a place where some of this was getting hashed out in some responsible ways and some irresponsible ways. So let's start with your race, because I think you ended up at 13.5% in the race between Randy Fine and Dan Bilzerian. It turned into a little bit of a circus, Aaron. So just catch us up, remind viewers why you decided to primary Randy Fine from the right when you launched. The Iran war had not yet happened, so that was a major update. But what were you thinking when you got into the race, and what was it like running as a Republican against Randy Fine?
Well, I mean, I got into the race because I thought he was a genocidal maniac that needed to be taken out of our government, and I still believe that. And that's not going to change. I mean, you don't change the spots on a leopard. He is who he is, and his personality is not going to change. I didn't think it was a fit for this congressional district. However, the voters thought otherwise.
Well, I want to hear what she's going to say.
Once Bilzerian got into the race? What was, and you had been running for a while by the time he got into the race, and you were making this case against Randy Fine's foreign policy in a fairly reasonable way. Bilzerian gets into the race. What happened?
Yeah, so if we go back in history a little bit, so I filed my paperwork in April, right after Fine won the special election. Dan called me back in December of last year, and we spoke for a good long while. And he said, after the first of the year, let's catch up, and I'll be more than happy to see what I can do to help you. And that was what I thought was going to be the plan going forward. And then we were never able to reconnect. And then I get a call in late March or maybe mid-March, and Dan says, well, you didn't raise enough money. And I wanted to say, well, no, duh, you didn't help me like you said you were going to. He said, so I'm going to run myself. And I thought, okay, well, lost, bro. You need to get on a plane and you need to get your butt here right now. And at that point, I even offered, okay, if you're serious about this, I'll take you around.
Decided to run
I know
instead.
every square inch of this district. I'll take you to every place that you need to go. If he had wanted to run a serious campaign, clean up your look a little bit, get a haircut, look like you did back in 2013 when you were a movie extra, maybe, okay, you stand a chance. And you've got to realize who your electorate is.
It is a dick
The
move,
average Republican voter in this congressional district is 51 years old.
He beat you, man.
So you really got to tone down what you're saying. You can say, I don't want defensive, or, I don't want offensive weapons, and I don't want any financial aid to Israel. But you can't say that I will take up arms and start exterminating Israelis.
He said that.
You're not going to win a congressional race like that, no matter how much money you have. So, he came in like a bull in a china shop and thought he didn't need to listen to anyone. No campaign events until the last day of early voting, which was last Saturday, and he shows up to a fish pack event, and 30, 40, 50 people there, and stands around and hands out free tacos for half an hour, and then disappears. At least on election day, show up somewhere. I mean, on election day, I was at 8 different polling locations, still trying to get voters, talking to voters, and because I believe, based on what we had experienced door knocking, and we knocked on about 30,000 doors.
Wow.
My campaign.
And then Bilzerian swoops in, and
we had a very positive response. I mean, there was a very anti-Fine
seems like
sentiment out there.
Only one of you had
it's just
run.
a matter of
they might have won.
Who has the most money, who sends out the most palm cards or most postcards in the mailboxes, and who puts out the most television ads. And that seems to be what what people listen to. They're, they don't remember, oh, hey, I met this Aaron guy, 3 months ago when he came and knocked on my door. They remember, the postcard that they got
Randy
yesterday or the TV
if you're
commercial that
running
they
an
saw this morning on Fox
explicitly
News.
anti-Semitic campaign.
So, I would tell anyone that wants to go up against an incumbent, you better have at least $3 million in the bank in order to make a serious run at it. But it also needs to be a consolidated effort. You don't need 5 people in the race like we had.
Finds genocidal rhetoric, his Islamophobia. But with Dan Bilzerian, it seems like the opposite side of the field. I'm reading a tweet from just July 28th that says, Jews are the problem. Everyone's fear of saying it out loud is what allows it to continue. So when you say that, he just needed a haircut, he needed to look a little bit more like the Hollywood extra, was that really the main issue? Or was this race decided between a candidate that hates Muslims and a candidate that seems to hate Jews?
Well, and that's the whole point. He needed to, if he were going to get in this race, he needed to not say any of that stupid stuff that he says. He just can't help himself. So if you can't help yourself, then you need to get behind one consolidated candidate.
Politicians
which
usually
ideally,
keep that kind of shit to themselves.
would have been me because I ran against buying before.
Why is that?
So, it made sense.
Yeah.
What did you make of sort of, you're talking about like the mailers that are going out, advertisements, what did you make of sort of the media ecosystem? What was Randy Fine talking about? What was his campaign running on? And how big of a role do you think that the Iran war and the subsequent inflation and cost of living as a result of that, and Israel in general, how big of a role did that play in this election?
It didn't play any role at all. I mean, people, at the end of the day, people didn't seem to care. You have 20 or 30% of the electorate that care about affordability, which is what we talked about nonstop, or what I talked about nonstop. So, there was 43% of the electorate that wanted an alternative, but, 43% of the electorate is not enough, and it needs to be, like I said, it needs to be a consolidated effort. And Randy Fine plays the victim card the entire time. If you look back to, the picture that he posted of someone had vandalized one of his signs, spray painted a swastika on it. And the day after that news story came out, I called the supervisor of elections in Flagler County and I said, where did this picture come from? This picture cannot exist, because I was the one that found the campaign sign. And I was the one that went and got an election official to take the campaign sign down. And so then I was talking to one of the reporters at the Daytona Beach News Journal, which he followed up with the supervisor of elections. Well, it turns out they put the sign back in the ground in order to take a picture to send to Randy Fine.
Jeez.
So, he's victim 101. Oh, look at me, poor me. Look at what they're doing to my campaign signs, and it's staged.
Oh my God.
That is incredible. What is appealing in any way, shape, or form about Randy Fine in this district? I mean, how can a guy like this win an election?
Right.
You got me beat on that one.
The picture before you found it, man.
Is it Trump? Is it the Trump endorsement?
Yeah. Was it Trump?
Just the Trump endorsement. Trump won this district by 30 points. So, Randy Fine has underperformed Trump at every single stage. Other than Trump, that's what his signs say. Trump endorsed, Trump endorsed, Trump endorsed, Trump endorsed, Fine for Congress. And that's how he opens every speech that he gives. And, he has absolutely zero respect for the people here. Which I had a lot of help behind the scenes from elected officials, but the elected officials didn't want.
I'm not looking for our edges.
Tell me what you see. Is this a picture of what true love looks like? Perhaps a serendipitous romance for the ages? Yes, we're talking about the marriage of Ivanka Trump, the daughter of Donald Trump, President of the United States, and Jared Kushner, who's from a family with very close ties to Benjamin Netanyahu, the Prime Minister of Israel. And now they're trying to build some kind of fancy version of Epstein Island in Albania that just so happens to be on an old Soviet military base. And Trump has basically been giving Jared carte blanche over everything in the Middle East since 2016. Now, I'm sure all of this could be coincidence, just two people who fell in love representing two powerful geopolitical interests, and none of it was planned. But what if, and just hear me out, we humor the idea for a second that maybe, just maybe, there's a little bit more to this story.
My life has always been really rooted in my family. I'm lucky to be married to my best friend. How do you guys talk about me? The tough days. He lifts me up. He's my greatest champion. He's the best dad ever.
That's right, best dad ever, and definitely not a Mossad asset, and totally not a foreign honeypot operation.
The Kushner Files.
But when you look at what Jeffrey Epstein was doing, and you look at what Jared Kushner was doing, sort of being a, whatever you want to call it, right? Like a rainmaker, putting all these people at the table, trying to arrange scenarios to get certain results, working sort of with government, but also outside of government. Would it be completely crazy to say that Jared Kushner is working in an Epstein-like fashion?
I think the idea that we have a number of these shadowy figures like Jared Kushner, completely unelected, playing puppet master and controlling government officials has gone from fringe conspiracy to very much mainstream consensus over the past several years. I mean, after years and years of speculation, the Vice President of the United States basically went on Joe Rogan, affirmatively confirming that Jeffrey Epstein was an Israeli spy.
You know, look, he clearly had connections to the highest levels of American intelligence. He clearly had connections to the highest levels of Israeli intelligence.
But with Epstein now neutralized,
to take a
let's just use those words, could Jared Kushner, as Tim Dillon suggests, be running a similar kind of operation today? And if so, just how did he maneuver himself into that position of power? Jared Kushner was born January 10th, 1981, and raised in an influential modern Orthodox Jewish family in Livingston, New Jersey.
Like everybody who ever criticizes me ever is bad and they suck and like, oh man.
His grandparents, Joseph and Ray Kushner, were Holocaust survivors from Poland, and his father Charles is a multi-billion-dollar real estate mogul and a major donor to pro-Israel and Jewish causes. More about him in a second. But among the regular guests in the Kushner household during Jared's youth was a then rising star in Israeli politics named Benjamin Bibi Netanyahu. Now, the bond between the Kushners and Bibi was so close that during one trip to New Jersey, it was reported that a young Jared Kushner once lent Benjamin Netanyahu his bed. Sleepovers with Netanyahu. Kind of reminds me of another alleged honeypot connection, Erica Kirk, and how she was hanging out with the son of Netanyahu before meeting and falling in love with Charlie Kirk. And not days after his assassination, the media company that runs the Charlie Kirk show officially registered as a foreign agent of Israel. Another coincidence, I'm sure, but I digress. Back to Jared. He was reunited with Netanyahu a few years later in 1988 on a tour of a Nazi concentration camp in Poland before flying to Israel to, quote, complete the journey from slaughter to Zionist rebirth. At Harvard, Jared Kushner was a core fixture and megadonor of the campus Chabad. Now, officially, Chabad is a global Orthodox Jewish movement known for running outreach centers. You've probably likely seen them in your city or community. And I would say in years past, I probably wouldn't have thought twice about it. But recently, Tucker Carlson alleged that Chabad was stoking the Iran war to advance a theological agenda on behalf of the state of Israel, namely the rebuilding of the Third Temple.
What is Chabad exactly? Well, Chabad, you can look it up, is a very old organization, about 250 years old. And it's a branch of Hasidic Judaism. It's an organization that was overseen for many years by a guy called Rabbi Menachem Schneerson, who was famously in Brooklyn, considered the Messiah by some of his followers, who was a friend of presidents, or certainly someone presidents visited. He was a very powerful man in the Orthodox and the Hasidic community. and he was the overseer of Chabad, which predated him and outlasted him, but he was its most visible ambassador. And Chabad has been pushing in a pretty subtle way, unless you look carefully, for the reconstruction of the Third Temple.
Now, just to be clear, we don't know if Chabad is a bona fide intelligence asset of Israel, although there certainly exists a nexus of shared Zionist donors, which has prompted even some American Jewish publications to criticize Chabad's recent quote-unquote extremist turn. Still, many Zionist and Jewish organizations condemn Tucker's statements as an anti-Semitic conspiracy theory, to which I say the best ones usually are. Now, among Jared's mentors at Harvard was none other than law professor Alan Dershowitz, Jeffrey Epstein's lawyer. And this is where things start to get a little bit more juicy. According to an FBI informant in a document released in the Epstein files, Dershowitz told U.S. Attorney Alex Acosta that Epstein belonged to both U.S. and allied intelligence services, and that Dershowitz regularly debriefed with Mossad during the trial. For the record, this is a claim that Dershowitz has denied publicly.
I was Epstein's lawyer. I tried desperately to get him a good deal when he was first arrested. I went to the prosecution with everything we had. I asked Epstein over and over again, what can you tell me? Did you work for the government? Did you do anything for the government? If he had done anything for the government, first person he would have told would be me, and I would have gone to the government and say, well, you can't prosecute this guy. You have to let him off the hook. He's worked for the government. There isn't one iota of proof or truth to the claim that he worked for the Israeli government.
Now, wait a minute. If Dershowitz's claim is that if Epstein was Mossad, he could have gotten him off easily, which isn't that what happened? In a now infamous quote, when asked why he agreed to a federal non-prosecution agreement with Jeffrey Epstein, letting him off the hook with just state-level prostitution charges instead of a federal sex trafficking charge, Alex Acosta allegedly replied, quote, I was told Epstein belonged to intelligence and to leave it alone. So I'm not exactly sure the logic behind that particular line of defense, because Epstein did pretty much get off scot-free. Anyway, on page 2 of the same FBI document, the informant also alleged that Trump had been compromised by Israel and that Jared Kushner is the real brains behind his organization and presidency. So again, just to recap, we know for a fact that Jared Kushner has extremely close ties with the Israelis, including being close friends with Benjamin Netanyahu. He was also traveling to Israel on many occasions since he was in his teens, and also involved with the Chabad in college, and also he was a mentee of Jeffrey Epstein's lawyer. Those are all certifiable facts. But the question is, just how did he work his way into Trump's orbit? So the story goes like this. In 2007, Ivanka Trump is introduced to Jared Kushner by a Jewish diamond merchant named Moshe Lax under the guise of business, with their first meeting being at a kosher steakhouse called the Prime Grill near Trump Tower. Just a little networking lunch, no big deal. Anyway, we're told that they immediately hit it off, but they hit a bit of a roadblock because she wasn't Jewish. Ivanka would then eventually agree to undergo a months-long conversion to Orthodox Judaism, and the couple married in October of 2009 at Trump National Golf Course in Bedminster, New Jersey. I'm going to go on a bit of a non sequitur for a second, but isn't the whole claim made by Zionists about Israel is that the Jewish people have been indigenous to that land for 3,000 years, but if anybody can just convert, do they still have the same claim to that land? Just asking. Anyway, mission accomplished for Jared, if such a mission ever existed. But I think to truly understand how Jared operates, we have to talk about the crazy story with his dad, Charles, who, remember, I told you I was going to get back to. In 2004, Charles Kushner was facing federal tax evasion and illegal campaign finance charges when he learned that his sister Esther and her husband William Schulder were cooperating with federal prosecutors led by Chris Christie, the U.S. attorney for the District of New Jersey at the time. Charles then proceeded to try and blackmail his own brother-in-law by recruiting a prostitute to lure him into a motel room rigged with hidden cameras to have sex with him. He then watched the tape and, according to a federal complaint, quote-unquote, expressed satisfaction, and later mailed the physical tape directly to his own sister right before a family gathering to terrorize her into silence. That, of course, did not work. She turned the tapes right over to the feds, And Charles eventually pled guilty to 18 counts of illegal campaign contributions, tax evasion, and witness tampering. Now, because of this, when Trump was elected president, Jared Kushner intervened to have Chris Christie fired from the Trump transition team for prosecuting his father, Charles, saying that it should have never been prosecuted and that it was, quote unquote, something that should have been handled by the rabbis. That's what he said. I am not joking. I wish I was.
The day that Trump was naming me, he went into Trump's office and said, "You can't do this," and made the argument against me in front of me.
In front of you?
Oh, yeah.
And what was the argument?
I'm immoral, I'm a bad person.
And you're sitting there?
Oh, yeah. And said that, it should have never been prosecuted. Wow. It wasn't a crime. It was something that should have been handled by the rabbis.
Oh,
because it was a family dispute.
Oh. That's going to fuel some anti-Semitism right there.
And I was thinking to myself, I didn't know that Title 18 of the U.S. Code was under the rabbi jurisdiction.
You really can't make this stuff up. And if you did, it would probably be deemed very anti-Semitic. But you can see, by 2016, Jared had fully transformed basically into Trump's primary political gatekeeper, a handler, you might even say. And he ended up securing a full presidential pardon for his father, Charles, in 2020. It's also worth mentioning that U.S. senior intelligence security staff initially denied Jared a top secret clearance over concerns regarding foreign leverage, they tell us, until Trump personally stepped in to override them. But once he was in, Jared was able to ingratiate the Trump administration with the upper echelon of global power, bridging Zionist megadonors like Sheldon Adelson with technocratic elites from the World Economic Forum,
all of the worst
Rothschilds,
people in the world.
the infamous European banking family with deep historical ties to both international finance and Israel. Speaking of which, in a recent interview, Ivanka claimed that her and Jared just happened to stumble upon this untouched Albanian island on a boat ride, which they are now working to build a luxury resort on.
I'm working on an incredible project with my husband in the Mediterranean. It's massive in scale.
I think that's an understatement. Can you explain?
Yes, it is.
There's no power on this island. You're building everything from scratch. Correct.
Well, it's an unbelievable, beautiful 1,400 hectare private island in the middle of the Mediterranean. We were on a friend's boat and we stopped for a swim. Effectively, that's how we found it. We swam to the island. We went on a hike, barefoot all the way up to the top, and we were just captivated.
Does anybody actually believe Ivanka and Jared hiked barefoot to the top of this remote island? Because the truth is that they were on a super yacht owned by Nathaniel Rothschild, who is a close friend of Jared's when they went to that island. And despite how she described the island as some kind of remote, pristine, untouched land, it's actually an old Soviet military base with miles and miles of tunnels and 3,600 bunkers. Epstein Island 2.0? Anybody? Maybe? Allegedly? Anyway, perhaps most important is that Jared Kushner has been the chief architect and primary driver of Trump's Middle East strategies in both his first and second term. For example, in 2016, Jared played a key operational role in the decision to move the U.S. embassy from Tel Aviv to Jerusalem, something Israel's been wanting for decades. He also convinced Trump to recognize Israeli sovereignty over the Golan Heights after reportedly giving him a quick history lesson. That's all it takes, a little bit of education, a quick crash course in history, and voila. Jared was also a key architect and negotiator of the Abraham Accords, which normalized relationships between Israel and the UAE, Bahrain, Sudan, and Morocco. In 2021, Jared secured a $2 billion investment from Saudi Arabia's wealth fund and began routing that Gulf capital directly into Israeli tech and defense-linked companies, basically creating what I would call an economic web where the capital from these Gulf states is directly now tied to Israeli stability. And recently, he's been central to Trump's Middle East effort post-October 7th, including the plan to turn war-torn Gaza into a luxury Mediterranean destination. It's just funny how all of Trump's endorsed Middle East policies have been quite favorable to Israel, including now fighting a war he promised he was never going to get us into, even though he famously rebuked Israel when he was first running for office back in 2015.
I know why you're not going to support me, and you're not going to support me because I don't want your money. He raised $125 million, which means he's controlled totally controlled by the people that gave him the money. That's why you don't want to give me money, okay? But that's okay. You want to control your own politician. That's fine. What's really important to me is the United States and making it great again.
Gee, I wonder what changed between then and now. And what I'm insinuating, of course, is whether all of this is proof of a covert foreign intelligence operation, the honeypot of honeypots, where Kushner was able to, through marriage, acquire a seat at the table with Trump in order to do the bidding of a foreign country.
Anyone with Ivanka would be a power couple. So it's, she's really amazing. I mean, I when we started dating, I told her that if I wasn't so attracted to her, she'd just be my best friend.
Honestly, we don't know for sure, even though there are multitudes of coincidences here. But I would argue, in a way, it almost doesn't really matter. I think the reality is that the reason so many people, myself included, gravitate towards these kinds of grand espionage plots is due to the fact that it gives us
Trump
kind of a weird sense of comfort. Because I think it's easier to believe that it's not our government that is corrupt. It's just that it's been subverted by some rogue outside force.
It's like that. Something has to explain that. That's the basic premise, right? It doesn't look like Trump at all. Is that a body double? Oh. It's like, obviously the US is like, going to use the relationship to further its own interests, but like, just pretty extreme.
Of course, but what if the truth is much simpler? What if the American government wasn't infiltrated by a covert Mossad operation, but simply sold out in broad daylight to the highest bidder?
Yeah, I mean,
Donald Trump was handed a
plausible,
$250 million check by Miriam Adelson to be more pro-Israel. Thomas Massey, a sitting Kentucky congressman, was targeted and ousted in a $32 million plus primary campaign heavily financed by the Israel lobby simply because he repeatedly voted against foreign aid and foreign intervention. And it goes without saying, vast swaths of the American media and digital ecosystem are now under the stewardship of pro-Israel mega donors and billionaires. Look, I just want to say I've traveled to many parts of this country. I see beautiful people, wonderful folks from every walk of life working hard every single day. But I also see roads and bridges continuing to crumble. I see housing costs skyrocket. I see local communities rotting from the inside out. And when the average American looks around and watches all their money, all their hard-earned tax dollars shipped off in the tens of billions to fund foreign wars and overseas real estate hubs, we want and deserve an explanation. And I don't know what the answer is, to be honest with you, other than, for one reason or another, be it an elaborate honeypot scheme or just standard DC swampy corruption, the American government has just simply decided to stop putting Americans first. Simple as that.
Even not to say that they ever did. I've run the numbers.
That is it for me today. Let me know what you think about Jared Kushner. Was he a Mossad honeypot, or maybe just a reflection of what business as usual looks like for America? Sound off in the comment section below. Also, I love putting together a more comprehensive piece like this for you guys. It's fun for me. I get to dive into the research, but it just takes a little bit more time and effort. So if you want to see more pieces like this,
cool, good. Oh yeah.
If you're new to the UFO topic, or you know someone who is, where do you start? Where do you point them first? It's a question I've been thinking about a lot lately, and who better to ask than one of the most well-known UFO whistleblowers, David Grusch. And a few weeks ago at a press conference on Capitol Hill, I got my chance.
Mr. Grusch, Kristen Fisher with The Endless Void. Do you have any advice for people who are new to the UFO topic, the UAP topic, who just really don't know where to begin? There's just so much misinformation out there. What is your advice to them?
There is a declassified 1971 Australian formally classified secret assessment that a couple of years ago was put in the Australian National Archives. I encourage people to read page 7 through 16, and that was the nuclear branch chief of the Australian government discussing the U.S. cover-up and the involvement of the CIA back in the 70s. And that's actually a little-known document that is publicly available.
A secret file typed in 1971 by a nuclear scientist inside Australian intelligence and classified for decades is now just sitting in a public government archive where anyone can read it. So I read it. And what makes this file so powerful isn't what it says, it's who's saying it. Not an American, not a believer, but an outsider. A senior scientist inside an allied government with a security clearance who studied what the U.S. was doing and called it a cover-up. A deliberate campaign backed by the CIA to ridicule UFOs and anyone who claimed to see them. So in this video, we're going to meet the man who wrote it, break down his most explosive claims, separate what's proven from what isn't, and figure out why this old file from Australia is where David Grusch tells you to begin. And for those that don't know, David Grusch is an Air Force combat veteran and career intelligence officer who held top secret security clearances, served on the government's UFO task force, filed a whistleblower complaint through legal channels, was deemed credible and urgent by the intelligence community's own watchdog, and testified to Congress under penalty of perjury. So when a man with those credentials tells you where to start, you listen. And the file he pointed to was written by someone that not many people know of. In 1971, a physicist named Harry Turner typed up a secret assessment for his superiors in Australian intelligence with a very dry title, Scientific and Intelligence Aspects of the UFO Problem. Now, Turner was not some fringe character. Hasan, he was a scientist, a nuclear physicist who spent years working on the British atomic bomb tests in the Australian outback, and by 1971, he was the head of the nuclear branch of Australia's Joint Intelligence Organization. His day job was assessing nuclear threats for the Australian government. So this isn't some conspiracy theorist spitballing. It is the head of the nuclear branch inside Australia's defense intelligence apparatus telling his own government what he believed was true. And what he believed is the reason that this file still matters so much more than half a century later. Here is the very first paragraph, and I'm just going to read it to you. He writes, "The early analysis of UFO reports by U.S. Air Force intelligence indicated that real phenomena were being reported which had flight characteristics so far in advance of U.S. aircraft that only an extraterrestrial origin could be envisioned." Now, from there, Turner walks through the history of modern-day UFOs, the first flying saucer reports in 1947, a string of U.S. Air Force investigations with names like Project Sign and Project Grudge. Then comes the summer of 1952, and that massive wave of sightings, including objects that were tracked over Washington, D.C., and military communication channels getting overloaded with reports. According to Turner, that's what alarmed the CIA. Not aliens, logistics. Because if American defense communications could be overwhelmed by reports of flying saucers, then the Soviets could exploit it. So, in January 1953, the CIA's Office of Scientific Intelligence convened a panel of scientists, the Robertson Panel. And in Turner's telling, that is the moment that the modern UFO stigma was born. He writes that the CIA persuaded the U.S. Air Force to use its public UFO office, Project Blue Book, as a tool for debunking. And then comes the phrase that this whole episode hangs on. Turner writes that the U.S. erected a facade of ridicule. He writes, by erecting a facade of ridicule, the U.S. hoped to allay public alarm, reduce the possibility of the Soviet taking advantage of UFO mass sightings for either psychological or actual warfare purposes.
They actively stigma-cuffed you.
And act as a cover for the real U.S. program of developing vehicles that emulate UFO performances. So, he's being really explicit here. The ridicule was the strategy. No scientist, no reporter, no member of Congress wanted to be the one who took flying saucers seriously. But a joke only works on the public. For the people on the inside, the pilots, the officers, the ones who actually saw something, they need fear. And Turner points right to it. A regulation called JANAP 146 that made it a crime
when they can't ridicule it, they try to make it scary.
Publicly disclose a UFO sighting report, punishable by up to 10 years in prison and or a $10,000 fine. So threaten the insiders while simultaneously ridiculing the subject in public. And if that sounds familiar, it should, because it's the same playbook that David Grusch and other whistleblowers say that they face today, right? Careers threatened, reputations attacked. Turner wrote it down in 1971, and then he goes even further. He writes that the U.S. government was quietly funding gravity control research, 46 separate projects by 1966, 33 of them under Air Force supervision. He writes, quote, such an intensive onslaught of the gravity enigma can only be rationalized within the context of a firm belief that UFOs were real and that the intelligences behind them knew how to control gravity. The drive to harness this power before the USSR could do so would be a strong incentive for the US government to fully support an anti-gravity program. Now, I find all of that fascinating, but I've also heard it or something similar before from other sources. So to me, what really sets this document apart is the outsider credentials, a US ally quietly documenting how America behaved. Buried in an appendix is this detail. In 1953, the same year as the Robertson panel, a US Air Force attaché in Australia formally asked the Australians to send their UFO reports to the United States. And he told them that the US was, quote, very interested in UFO reports from all over the world, despite the official American position that it was all misidentifications, hysteria, or hoaxes. So publicly, nothing to see here. Privately, send us everything. So Turner looked at all of this and told his government, quote, it would appear wrong for Australia to remain ignorant of the true situation. He wanted Australia to launch its own scientifically rigorous investigation independent of the United States, but that never happened. So what does this file prove and what does it not prove, right? Well, the file is not proof that UFOs are extraterrestrial in origin. It's not even proof of a cover-up. It's proof of what one very senior scientist inside Allied intelligence concluded from where he sat with the information that he had in 1971. This also wasn't Australia's official position, right? It was one analyst making an argument to his bosses, an argument that they never acted on. But here's what the file does prove. It proves that the question of whether the United States was hiding what it knew about UFOs was being taken seriously, not by tabloids, but inside the intelligence agencies of one of America's closest allies. And it documents Australia's nuclear intelligence chief arguing that the stigma itself, that giggle factor of little green men, was not an accident. The laughter, he argued, was the plan. And that's why this is the document that David Grusch hands to beginners. It isn't a leak. It isn't anonymous. It's a paper typed in 1971, stamped secret, now just sitting in the National Archives of Australia, where anyone on Earth can read the whole thing. You can find it for yourself on naa.gov.au. I'll actually link it below in the description. And this file is especially pertinent now because the main reason for that press conference was to protect the people still trapped in the machine that Turner described. Whistleblowers like David Grusch coming forward today and fighting to do it without losing their careers, their reputations, or their freedoms. This file is proof that the fight isn't new. A U.S. ally was documenting it in 1971. So, here's my ask. Remember how we started, how you probably know someone who's curious about UFOs but don't know where they should start? Start here. Send them this video. Send them this document. And if that person's you, go read it. It's a quick, easy, 17-page read, and I promise it's worth it. Then, come back here and tell me in the comments what you thought about it, and I'll see y'all next time on The Endless Void.
Is there a UFO buried under...
This episode of the Live Files is brought to you by the Wellness Club. The Basque people live in a small area between Spain and France. They look like normal people, but their genes match nobody else in Europe, nobody else on the planet. Science says this is because their society developed in isolation. They didn't mix with neighbors. They were never conquered. Nobody migrated in or out. The Basques explain it differently. They didn't always live in Europe. Their real homeland was destroyed thousands of years ago. And in their language, they still have a name for it.
You know,
Atlantic.
On the conference circuit.
The Basques are the children of Atlantis.
Yeah, I don't think this is true, AJ. First of all, you all know what I think. I think the red-haired people are the descendants of the Nephilim.
Around 360 BC, Plato wrote down a story that his own audience found hard to believe. He didn't invent it, and he didn't claim
They have a lot of red hair in the Basque.
The story came a few generations earlier, told by the Greek statesman Solon. Solon visited a temple in Egypt, and the priest there told him something that surprised him. They said Egyptian records went back thousands of years further than the Greeks. Those records described a great civilization in the Atlantic Ocean, out past the Pillars of Hercules. Today we call that the Strait of Gibraltar. Through the Pillars, the Mediterranean ends and the open Atlantic begins. An island empire that disappeared in a single day and night, 9,000 years before Solon heard the story.
I'd like to check out Gibraltar.
Plato said mountains ring the island. The capital was built in circles of land and sea. These defenses made the island impossible to conquer, so Atlantis grew powerful. Its navy had 1,200 warships, and it was wealthy. The island was rich in orichalcum, a rare red metal almost as valuable as gold. It covered the walls of temples and the homes of the rich. Orichalcum
That's why
means
no one
status.
talks about it anymore.
In Greek, orichalcos means mountain copper.
Mountain copper, the most valuable metal on Earth, and they named it like a Yankee Candle.
Like the Atlanteans, the Basques were famous for copper work and were master shipbuilders. By the 1500s, the Basques traded copper all over the world, even with the tribes of North America. Basque whalers may have followed whale migrations to Newfoundland as early as the late 1300s, 100 years before Columbus. But the Basques say their ancestors from Atlantica traveled the world thousands of years before that. When French explorers reached Newfoundland, the people spoke in a language built from Basque. The explorers thought the land was brand new. It wasn't new to the Basques. Thousands of years later, we still tell the story of Atlantis, and everyone knows how it ends. Earthquakes and volcanoes destroyed most of the island, and anything that was left sank beneath the ocean after a great flood. But the people of Atlantis were doomed long before that. Doom didn't come from the sky or the earth or the water. It came from their blood.
E. Nasir has better copper. The coppersmith. Why do you keep spelling it like that, man? Atlantica?
An island sits in the Atlantic, green and volcanic, richer than any land in the known world. At its center is a city built in rings. A canal runs through the heart of it, from the open sea to the royal island at the center. The harbors are packed with foreign ships carrying amber, ivory, tin, cedar, grain, and gold. Tonight, the 10 kings gather at the citadel for the contest. Each man offers a prayer to the other 9, Surineku, good fortune. The kings will need luck today, but they're not here to compete with each other. They have to work together. Inside the sacred grounds, a dozen bulls roam free. These aren't cattle. They're descended from the first black bull that came out of the sea when Poseidon made the island. Priests raised them well-fed and strong, but never tame. They're taught to hate humans and to hate kings most of all. Some have killed kings. Those bulls get saved for breeding stock. Before dawn, each king gets anointed with an oil of cedar salt and royal blood. The bulls learn that scent when they were calves. They hate it. The 10 kings must bring down a bull and keep it alive. They can't kill it, and they have to do it with their own hands. No man may enter the grounds with metal, no blades, no spears, not even a fishhook. According to the law, the contest happens every winter solstice. No king can refuse. Nobody is above the law. The animals are taken to the circle until the kings arrive. They wait for hours, driven crazy with thirst, heat, and the thunder of drums. Finally, the kings enter. The bulls are released. And once they catch the scent, they charge. When the kings catch a bull, if they survive, they have to drag it alive to the bronze pillar where the laws are written. There, over the words that bind their houses, they sacrifice it. The kings mix that blood with wine and toast, Surineku. Then they drink. While the fires burn down, the kings discuss how to govern the city. Tonight's gathering is somber. There's a problem in Atlantis, and the citizens want answers. None of the kings have one. The people want to know why their babies keep dying. The Basques have the highest concentration of Rh-negative blood on Earth. Rh factor is a protein in red blood cells. The name comes from rhesus monkeys, where researchers first found the protein. It's passed down through primates and has been for millions of years. Most people have it. You probably do. Sure, and if you do, you're Rh positive. That's 93% of people on Earth have it. The rest are Rh negative. And their blood doesn't carry the marker at all.
Hold on. I say it like I got a C- in monkey blood science.
Most people's blood has a marker, a protein on the surface of the cell. A few people don't have this.
Okay, so there's regular blood and high test. They got it. Vampires and zombies, take note. A Basque bisque is delish.
And the trait is recessive, which means it hides. When populations mix, it fades. Every generation dilutes it a little more. But 1 in 3 Basques is Rh negative. That's double the rest of Europe and 5 times the rest of the world. And because the trait hides, even that number undersells it. Most Basques carry the gene, whether their blood shows it or not. For blood like that to stay concentrated, a population has to breed inside itself for a very, very long time. But Rh negative comes with a cost. When an Rh negative mother carries an Rh positive child, her immune system might reject the baby as a different species.
A different species. The blood itself is saying alien. What do I have to do? Draw you a chart? Even the word Basque sounds like a lizard people word.
It's an immune response, not a confession.
That's exactly what a lizard people immune system will want you to think. But when your baby's born blinking sideways, don't say I didn't warn you.
Monkey is more trustworthy than most.
The first pregnancy is usually fine, but the ones after that are dangerous. The child weakens in the womb. Untreated, the child can die. But here's what science can't explain. A trait that kills children should disappear. Instead, the Basques have the highest frequency in the world. Nobody can prove where it came from. It can't be traced to any place on Earth. Because, according to the legend, it didn't come from Earth. It came from the gods. The Basque weather god Mari lived in a cave in a mountain with her husband Zugar. Basque gods lived on the ground among the people. Plato tells the story.
And Poseidon, receiving for his lot the island of Atlantis, begat children by a mortal woman, and settled them in a part of the island.
That I'd understand.
Gods having children with humans. The Sumerians told the same story, and they called the visitors...
Yeah, Annunaki.
Right. beings who came down, shaped humanity, and shared their blood with it. In the Book of Enoch, divine beings mate with humans and create the Nephilim. Every culture uses a different name, but the story is the same.
Yeah, lizard people, different tuxedos, same lizard.
But when divine blood is mixed with the humans, the offspring are often evil and violent, like the Nephilim. Plato wrote about that too.
Did he?
But when the divine portion began to fade away and became diluted too often and too much with the mortal admixture, the human nature got the upper hand.
The blood thinned and Atlantis fell. The families of the old blood escaped into the mountains and never let their blood thin again.
Really? I mean, that kind of makes sense, I guess. The survivors would have
For thousands of years, Atlantis
Spain,
was a paradise. But the island doesn't feel like paradise anymore. The founding families carried the blood of the gods, and for a long time that blood held. But some have been marrying outside the bloodline. Every generation, the old blood gets thinner, and something in the people changes. The kings don't work together anymore. Now they just argue. Sometimes those arguments turn violent. Sometimes entire families go to war. Tonight, in a stone house near the Citadel, the young woman of the old line is having a difficult pregnancy. Her husband has a good name, but his family isn't of the old line. The midwives have seen this for years, always in mixed marriages. The mother will survive childbirth, the child never does.
We don't know that they were creepy about it.
You know,
we're the ones who got creepy about it.
You don't wish luck on a child who's already gone. The kings gather and announce what the midwives already knew. Old blood doesn't mix. When it mixes, the children die. Nobody can explain why it works this way, only that it does. The old families make a decision. They call it the rule. The rule says the old line can only marry within the old line. Any children born against the rule get thrown into the sea. It's the only way to keep the blood pure and to keep the peace. That decision outlives the island. Because deep
AJ,
under
who told you all
Atlantis,
this?
the ground is restless, the air is getting warmer, and the water is coming. During the last ice age, the Bay of Biscay wasn't a bay. Sea levels were 400 feet lower, and the space between Spain and France was dry land. River valleys ran for miles past today's coastline. People could walk across the land that's now open water. Then the ice melted, and the seas rose for thousands of years. The rise came in surges, and during the biggest one, the ocean climbed 50 feet within a few lifetimes. People watched the land their parents grew up on go underwater. The water drowned the forests, then the valleys. High ground turned into islands, then the islands went under too. But the drowned world didn't vanish. Trawlers have pulled up worked stone from the seafloor, tools and weapons from villages that went under with the land. And up in the Pyrenees, there are cave paintings of animals that went extinct during the last ice age. People lived through all of it, and people remember. Basque fishing tradition remembers that world. Basque fishermen have names for huge parts of land at the bottom of the bay. Euskera names, names like Drowned Valley and Lost Land, passed from father to son. The families say the names are older than anyone could say, handed down from ancestors who knew that land when it was still land. Mainstream science says that's impossible. The names would have to be thousands of years old, kept alive without writing, without maps, and without the ability to go hundreds of feet underwater. Science assumed the Basques showed up about 6,000 years ago. By then, the bay was already a bay. There was nothing to name. So the Basques claimed to be an ancient civilization. Mainstream science says they were superstitious sailors. But then, the bottom of the bay was mapped with sonar, and all the underwater valleys, hills, and rivers are right where the Basques said they were.
Yahtzee! Grandpa's bedtime stories just passed peer review.
But skeptics had an answer for that too. The entire sea floor is covered with hills and rivers. It's easy to guess. But in 2021, an artifact was discovered in the area, a 2,000-year-old bronze hand. And written on it was the word Sorineko.
What was the word written on it?
The rule is a generation old now, and the old families keep it the way they keep the harvest calendar. They marry each other. They bury the children of those who don't. And they mark their houses. A smith works copper by firelight, a hand, flat, thin, life-sized, with a hole punched at the wrist. He scratches 5 words into the bronze. Every family knows them by heart. They go up on doors across the old quarter. The hand tells everyone, people of old blood live here. A mother lists her daughter so the girl can reach it. It's the same woman who buried a child in the years before the rule. This daughter was born of old blood, and this daughter lived. The girl presses her palm flat against the bronze and says the word her mother taught her, Sorineku, good fortune.
Really?
The ground starts to move. The first shock knocks the market stalls flat. The second opens cracks in the walls.
Oh, damn.
And the sea in the Great Canal begins to move.
2,000-year-old bronze thing is pretty.
It pulls back toward the ocean, dragging ships with it. The kings order an evacuation, and whole households move at once
Basque
down to the water, onto the boats.
The ancient earthquake machine. I wonder if it's still out there.
The sea comes back at sunset. By morning, there is no harbor. There is no city. Just water to every horizon. A handful of boats drift east for days, rationing water, watching for land that doesn't come. A grandmother holds a child against the wind and starts talking, because the child won't stop shaking. It's her again. She's an old woman now, and the girl in her arms is her granddaughter. She tells her about the Green Eye, the beautiful place where their people lived before the water came. She tells it slowly, carefully. By the third night, the child is telling it back to her. She teaches her the word too, the one her own mother taught her on a door that doesn't exist anymore.
Really?
Sorineku. Beneath the boats, the drowned country slides past. The elders name what they're passing over, the valley of 2 rivers, the high meadow, the deep water, spoken out loud so the children learn them. Land rises ahead, a green coast, and behind it mountains. The boats come ashore, and a man carries something wrapped in a cloth up the beach, holding it against his chest like a child.
Is it a hand?
He unwraps a small bronze hand, and before he drives the nail, he says the word into it, Sorineku. Then it goes up on the first door of the new world.
Dude, I'm Sorineku and the shit, yeah.
Atlantis is gone, but its people and its story survived.
Really? How do you know, like... So this is based on RH content, or what? I don't understand. Is it good to have
In the
RH
ruins
or
of an
bad?
Iron Age settlement in northern Spain, an archaeologist found a flat piece of bronze. It was a hand, life-sized, thin as a coin, with a hole punched at the wrist. And it was found where it fell 2,000 years ago, at the doorway of a house. The village was burned by the Roman army, but the ash sealed the house and everything inside. The team thought it was a helmet decoration. Nobody noticed the writing until months later. When the bronze was cleaned, it revealed 5 words in an ancient Iberian script. Experts knew the first one, Sorineku, good fortune. The modern Basque word is Zorineku. In 2,000 years, only 2 letters changed. The last word is close to the Basque word to give, so maybe it's an offering or plea to the gods. Until the hand of Irilegi was found, linguists thought the Basque were illiterate. Makes you wonder what else they got wrong. This is the oldest Basque sentence ever found. 3 of its 5 words are still debated, but the first one any Basque speaker can read on sight. That shouldn't be possible, because languages change. Greek changed and Latin bled into dozens of languages around the world. An English speaker would have trouble speaking to English speakers 200 years ago. 1,000 years ago, they wouldn't understand a word.
1,000 years? Human, I can't understand English from last Tuesday. What's a Riz? And who's Skibbity? Is he dangerous?
Is he dangerous?
I honestly don't know what those words mean.
Okay, Boomer.
Almost every language in Europe, from Irish to Russian, sits in one big family tree. Not Euskera. It has no relatives anywhere. Linguists spent careers trying to connect it to African languages, Native American languages, even ancient Sumerian. Nothing sticks.
They tried every language on Earth. On Earth, the search area might need an update, just saying.
Euskera has some Latin words, but they're borrowed and came along very recently. It's a language that comes from nowhere, unless you count the middle of the sea. Because they have a word for Atlantis, Atlantica, but not a word for their own country. The Basques don't even have a word for themselves. They call themselves Euskaldu, which means one who has Euskera, not someone from a place, someone who speaks a language. And the language refuses to die. Rome tried, then the Visigoths, then the Moors. Euskera survived. In 1937, Francisco Franco's regime banned Euskera. It survived anyway. Not through books or media, it was illegal. Instead, it was spoken quietly at dinner tables. Parents taught their children, just as they were taught, just as their grandparents were taught, going back thousands of years.
A secret language your government can't read? Somebody write that down. Don't tell the IRS.
DNA from a 5,000-year-old grave in northern Spain only matched one group of people still alive today, the Basques.
Really?
And even their bones looked different. They have broader shoulders and bigger frames. Basque skulls measured in the 1800s were closer to Cro-Magnon than other Europeans.
Different blood, different language, different skulls. At what point does science just admit these are X-Men?
5,000 years the rule held. And though the Basques now live in a valley between the mountains, they know their blood is of the sea. Thousands of years ago, Atlantis fell and millions died. But by luck, or the will of the gods, a few escaped. And the Basques have a word for someone who's blessed or lucky.
English humans call their planet dirt. Is that true? I thought it was the other way around. They named the dirt after the planet.
High in the mountains where snow closes the passes half the year, there's a door with a bronze hand nailed to it. The woman who lives behind it came here on a boat. She was the girl who wouldn't stop shaking. She's an old woman now herself, and tonight her own granddaughter is asking questions. The girl knows the story, the rings of the city, the red metal flashing in the sun. The night the sea took it all back. She can tell it in order, beginning to end, because that's how she was taught, and that's how she'll teach it. Tonight, she's asking a different question. She wants to know why she can only marry inside the old families. The old woman gives her the only answer anyone has left.
We keep the rule.
She doesn't explain the why, because she doesn't have it. The why stayed behind on the island, and when everyone keeps a rule, nobody living is seen what breaking it cost. What survived is the keeping. Marry inside the old families, mark the door, say the word. The girl puts her palm on the bronze hand the way her grandmother taught her, the way somebody taught her grandmother. The island will soften into a bedtime story. The Green Isle, a beautiful place far away, gone. Nobody will write it down, and nobody ever writes the rule down either. It lives where the language lives, in the mouth and in the blood. Thousands of years later, we drew that blood out of their arms and put it under a microscope. An isolated society in the mountains between Spain and France carries blood that matches nobody. They speak a language related to nothing. They tell a story about an ancient island that fell beneath the sea. It's a great story. But is it true?
Doubt it.
Well, the story starts with Plato, and that's the biggest problem.
Yeah.
Most scholars think he invented Atlantis as a warning about power and arrogance. Everything tonight was dramatized from Plato and the Basque legend.
It's like not the worst,
Even if Atlantis were a real place, people still can't agree on its location. There are a few candidates like Bimini Road and the reshot structure in Africa, but the geography isn't quite right, so they're just theories, for now. There's no physical evidence either. Nobody's found the Egyptian records shown to Solon. There's no ruins, no artifacts, no proof of an advanced civilization at the bottom of the ocean. But there is plenty of evidence of settlements underwater, and we find new ones all the time. Ships have brought up tools, pottery, gold, even wine. But it's all Stone Age, Iron Age, and Bronze Age stuff. Unless you count the Antikythera mechanism, which is pretty incredible for its age, but nothing about it says Atlantis.
A 2,000-year-old computer, and nothing about it says Atlantis. Yeah, okay.
Of when
nothing
the
about
next
it says
Olympics
Greece
was,
either.
I heard.
And the Basque legend of Atlantica probably isn't Basque. Nobody can find it anywhere before the modern world fell in love with Atlantis. It looks like something the fans made up, and I'm one of the fans. But I want to see real evidence, not an internet meme. Same with the fishing names. We couldn't find those anywhere outside Atlantis folklore. Euskera is an orphan language with no parents, that's true, but there are others like Japanese and Korean. But Chinese has seeped into almost every Asian language, just like there are Latin words in Euskera. So a few languages might not have parents, but they've got neighbors. The Bronze Hand of Irulegi has skeptics too. The worlds don't match Euskera as well as the stories claim. But the blood is strange. Science knows exactly what Rh-negative blood is. That gene has shown up in ancient bones all over Europe. But nobody knows why the recessive gene stuck around so long, or why it's so prevalent in the Basques. The Basques probably aren't the children of Atlantis, but they still might be the children of a flood. When the ice melted, the rising water took the coast, and whoever lived there got pushed into the mountains.
I hate how he does it.
However, the Basques got there, they stayed. And maybe they had to. When an Rh-negative mother carries an Rh-positive child, the first baby is usually fine, but the ones after can die. A Basque woman who married inside the valleys mostly carried children like herself, safe. A Basque woman who married an outsider buried babies. And nobody really knew why until the 1940s. Even if the Basques didn't create the rule, their blood may have enforced it. That gives the Basques a unique identity. It's a story they all share. And I think that's why America feels so divided.
That one yet.
We no longer have a shared story. We all live in our own story now. We keep what we like, we throw out what we don't, even if we throw out the truth. We sort ourselves into tribes that only tell one version of the story. And every tribe swears its version is the whole story, and it never is. The Basques kept one story alive for 5,000 years. We can't keep one through an election. I don't know how a country gets its story back. I don't think anybody does. But I can always pray. Sorry, Nick.
I mean, I don't know, they are weird, huh? Maybe. It makes sense.
Thank you so much for hanging out today. My name is AJ. Here's Hacklefish.
The oldest Basque artifact is a bronze hand that says good fortune. As a guy with no hands, I find that culturally insensitive. Beautiful, but insensitive.
This has been the White Files. If you had fun or learned anything, he'd appreciate it if you could subscribe, comment, like, share, hit the buttons. That stuff really helps the channel. Like most topics we cover here, today's is recommended by you. If there's a story you'd like to see, learn more about, go to...
I don't know, I like looking into this stuff. I like, I prefer to like evaluate the evidence, not this where you just start the video off pretending that it's real and then in the end you're like, yeah, that's probably fake. No, do you think that when you bring that part, when you get to that part of the story, say, here's why there's a disagreement, like here's the details, right? Like, I try to do it, right? Here's why I think this. Here's why mainstream people disagree with this. Here's why I disagree with that. Like, so I can properly contextualize the latter part of the story, Movie credit roll.
Welcome back to Third Phase of Moon. You've got Blake and Brett Cousins, and we've got broad daylight sightings for you. Up close and personal encounters with the Metallica disc. It's all in this episode, so buckle up. Let's get to it. We're looking at something quite special. Orbs dancing among the fields right there in London. We've got the shot for you today. Take a look at this.
Jeez. These things are everywhere. I hope we're being orb-baited. I hope we're being baited by orbs. These orb guys seem pretty cool. I wish that was an orb.
Plasmic orbs make an appearance. We're getting a close-up right now, looking at it. We're looking at something special. Brent, what's your thoughts here?
Plasmic.
Yeah, look at these charged clusters. They're basically maneuvering around each other. This is really an incredible capture by a couple in the UK. Look at that. They almost became one, and then they start dancing around. Look at these things. They're pulsating and charging up.
I wouldn't be surprised if you went back there just moments later, if you don't look closely, that there might be some crop circles being created because of these orbs just dancing probably approximately a quarter of a mile away from the eyewitness, but he managed to get a pretty damn good shot. The original to the left on the lower portion there, and I blew it up about 200-300% so we could get a good look at it. And again, like you say, Brent, it seems that they converge as to one, and then they separate.
Into an orb and flew away.
Again, it seems like they got purpose to them, like they're intelligent.
Derek Kushner was with it.
Yeah, look at that. They're conjoining again, and they seem to be, like, again, powering up. It looks like there's a dance with purpose. It's very cool here.
And
look
Randy
at this.
Fine. And then they made Dan Bilzerian the senator.
Absolutely stunning, beautiful footage coming in here. I like the way, just the nature of these orbs, how they pulsate in and out. The different elements of color spectrum, a little bit of blue, a little bit of red, definitely some white brilliance of light. Incredible capture, maybe a natural phenomenon. I want to get your people's thoughts. We're getting a good still frame from the video itself. Pretty amazing stuff coming in right here. Let's just roll it one more time before we get to the next video.
To master the words, I guess.
The person who witnessed it said they didn't hear a sound. They felt that it could have been some kind of electric charge in the sky. There was a lightning storm prior to it, they were stating. I don't know, man, natural or phenomenon, either way, it's incredible. That's why we're sharing it with you right here at Third Phase. Now, let's get to this. A display in the sky, maybe another malfunction, a UFO being brought down, something catastrophic, it seems, is going down in this video right now, and we're looking at it. Separate shots of the same event coming up. Look at this right angle turn. It just went on a trajectory downward.
Looks like some non-subscriber shit. It's like something a subscriber would never, they would never do that.
As if it were spiraling out of control. Here's another angle from the same event. We're gonna look at it.
Non-subscribers always crashing their spaceships. If you would like to subscribe here, you can instantly increase your odds.
It definitely looks like a shoot down of something.
Or being shot down by
unidentified flying
forces.
object. There is no official word to what happened with regards to this event. I'm speeding up the footage here so you can see the organic nature of it. Watch this. I sped it up about 300%.
Exit.
The organics in here. It's the second angle I sped up.
Just for you.
As it takes this downward trajectory angle, almost a 90 degree. Very unusual. Sped up again. Brett, what's your thoughts?
Yeah, look at this. It's a huge display in the sky, and people are aware. They're on the ground. They looked up and they see this event taking place, and there's multiple eyewitnesses. That's the best part about this. Here's a second shot. But when you do that fast forward of whatever took place, it shows something basically making a beeline straight towards the ground here, and it definitely looks like something was struck.
Again, possible motive of the directive of the president to bring down UAPs, UFOs, shoot them down. He wants to bypass the legacy programs, the problem itself, because some of these big corporations are clandestine and they're not giving any information to our government or the people. So maybe if they have these alien technology in their assets, these private corporations, Trump might just want to bypass that all, bring them down, shoot them down, and recover the technology. I highly advise against that if they're extraterrestrial craft in nature or extraterrestrial occupants. Obviously, we don't want to be shooting those things down, but hey, if you're going to go up against a rogue company keeping secrets from us, well, maybe all bets are off. I'm not sure. Just don't shoot down the ETs, all right? Because you might be asking for something biting more than you could chew. So, again, a crazy sighting. Let's take a look at the next one coming into third phase. Hit that thumbs up, guys. Brett, what's going on in this video?
Yeah, we see a light in the sky, and it's kind of like it's transparent. Let's look at this a little longer. Let it roll. Okay, here's a close-up still. We're looking at something that's undescribable, and it's, again, here's another photo. What is this? You're seeing a bright illuminated light with transparency. It's basically no flare. It's not a plane. It's not a balloon. It's just there up in the sky, some sort of charge of electricity or some sort of vehicle hovering up there.
It hasn't hit its growth spurt
It's like
yet.
a shimmering blade of a gleaming light. It's very strange, the spectrum coming through here. All right. There's a couple little photographs coming from the same event. I don't see any structure or craft or anything. It's just illuminated, a luminosity of light, just energy, pure energy, beautiful. Now, let's get to the next video coming into third phase, guys. You're in the right place if you want to see the strangeness of UFOs happening 24/7 around the world. Let's roll it. All right, once again, a swarm, thousands of UFOs in the sky. I know this just happened over San Diego a few days ago. We broke the news right here at Third Phase Moon. And once again, the phenomenon shakes up the world as we look at something incredible. Massive orbs.
None of you all are
again,
afraid.
I'm not saying invasion, but then again, I'm saying invasion. But I don't know if they're hostile. We would know it by now. They're just maybe showing themselves to us. They're bold.
They're on their way
these
to
UFOs
Mar-a-Lago.
lately. Brent, what's going on?
Look at the fleet of these things. There's, like you say, hundreds of them just hovering in the sky, and it's basically filling up the whole night sky with dazzling lights as they traverse from left to right slowly.
They've been fucking buzzing the naval base where Hexeth and Rubio live. They know that they're international terrorists, galactic terrorist fugitives. Wanted in connection with the assassination of a Galactic Federation ambassador. So they're hiding out on a terrorist naval base. Orbs have been fucking circling it though, intimidating them.
People on the ground are stunned. Look at the display up here right now going on. This is incredible footage coming in.
Yep, just days ago, San Diego was shook up by what happened over their city. And again, we're looking at something.
Damn, the whole
different
city saw
location, same activity.
Really?
Something's adding up, but I can't tell you what it is.
That's
What's
wild.
the equation? I'm not sure, but the UFOs are off the hook lately.
Yeah. Oh man, I hope they're coming to get some chasing justice.
Could it be a bunch of Chinese lanterns?
No.
I don't think so. That would be a little hazardous. If they were to come down, they could start fires. I think they're regulated in certain countries where you can't just light off and send off thousands of Chinese lanterns. I think what we're looking at here is just a bunch of plasmic energy. It's not the Milky Way. It's not Starlink. I don't know. I'm just joking there, but
from the
again, the UFO activity in this video,
you said that this happened
it leaves you wondering
earlier
what
this week,
is going on.
and then this is somewhere else.
Any last word on this one, Brett, before we get to the next one?
Yeah, just like wondering, could they be like thousands of drones up there, but they don't seem to be making any sort of pattern or some sort of like, display. It just seemed kind of random. They're just a bunch of random lights, orbs, just kind of hovering there, slowly drifting. Could they be Chinese lanterns? I don't think so.
Failed at once.
Look at this. They seem like solid charged cluster orbs. It's pretty cool stuff here.
Absolutely, Brent. Yeah, no explanation. And we got some crazy UFO video of a close encounter with a metallic disc. That's coming up in just a bit, but let's get to the next video. Broad daylight sighting. Something unusual. A silvery object just remains static, stationary in the sky. Watch this.
変な飛行物体だな。飛行機とかそういう関係じゃないな。羽も何も出てないもんな。
He said that we saw it the other night somewhere else. Either that one was San Diego or one of them was San Diego, but I think he said it was two different places.
光を発してるな。これもしかして母船型の UFO の可能性があるぞ。
I mean, San Diego is a big naval base, right? I don't know. That looks like fluttering.
Right, let's get a close-up look right here. This object, it oscillates a little bit up and down, but it's not moving left to right. It's just kind of remaining stagnant in the air, just hovering, kind of saying, "Here I am," shimmering light. Is this a Mylar balloon, Brent? What's your thought?
That's very balloon.
Hell no, that's no balloon, Blake. Look at this thing. It looks like a solid, kind of like cigar-shaped object, but it's stainless
like
steel and it's glinting in the sun. You can see like it's almost made of chrome. Look at the shine on this thing, and it's not moving anywhere. It's staying static right there in the sky. This is incredible.
Yeah, it's stationary right over that building, not moving. It's a good reference point. And again, it does look like a cigar-shaped craft, just kind of oscillating a little bit up and down, but not in elevation or altitude. Very cool stuff right here at third phase. Let's get to the next video of what looks to be, again, a massive display of a charge cluster or some kind of orb.
Would you take
Watch this. It's beautiful sighting.
I mean, if a Wraith tried to feed on you, I bet you his buddies would fucking murder you. You know, like it's that drug where if they feed on you, they die. They get really mad about it. What if cows, they started becoming like, transhumanist cows? And they took a drug that killed you when you ate a cheeseburger. I guess that would be our fault for letting cows do that, right under our noses. Damn, dude, another orb, huh? Yeah, so maybe that large scale one was like the fleet arriving, and now they're dispersing. Everyone's getting all these orb videos because they're everywhere now.
Right, let's get a close up. You know, something with regards to this video, it lasted for almost 20 minutes for the sake of the program. We're just getting some of the major sections that we thought was interesting, but look at this thing, undulating up and down, pure plasmic energy, amazing.
Would you make it 20 minutes long of this thing bouncing around like that?
Yeah, the cool part about this guy filmed it for like almost 20 minutes. That's incredible. And look at this thing just kind of go around in these geometric circles, and this thing's bright. It's a huge orb. I say it's probably the size of a minivan, and it sits there over that icy neighborhood. You can see snow on the ground, and you can see homes and the trees in the background. But look at this orb as it kind of dances and kind of just seems like it's just fooling around, saying, here I am, look at me, look at this. Yeah, if I'm not mistaken, I'm thinking that this came in from Anchorage, Alaska. I'll have to check the reference on that, but once again, we're looking at something authentic. This video lasted for 20 minutes. He was zoomed in as much as he possibly could, and this thing is just out of place.
Yeah.
And the way it just dances in the sky, it didn't burn out. It just kind of just remained there, hovering. Fascinating video. And the person that shot it was pretty much his life
society, Japan
kind of changed after this. Witnessing the phenomenon, it kind of rewires your brain a little bit, your thought process. All right, let's get to the next video coming in to Third Phase of Moon. We're excited to be here. We're broadcasting from the Hollywood Hills tonight. Where are you chiming in from?
Damn it.
All right, let's roll the next one right now. Coming in from Google Earth. Somebody submitted these coordinates to us and said, hey, take a look at what I found hiding in the sky, and we're going to look at it right now. With these coordinates, you follow the coordinates, you pull up, and then this comes into view.
Really?
All right, we're taking a look at this. Some people might say that this is kind of like a Google Earth an anomaly, a glitch. And I don't know. I don't think so. Well, I think what we're looking at here is there's something in the sky, and you can kind of see it ever so slightly hidden and obscured by the cloud layer. And if you go from multiple angles, you actually can see this craft. So I don't think this is some kind of glitch or an anomaly in the photographic equipment as these people traversed across the country, mapping out Google Earth from the ground level. I think we're looking at something crazy. And just, I think in last night's episode, if you go back, if you haven't watched last night's episode, I suggest you do, because there's evidence of what looks to be a 500, 600 mile wide TR-3B hidden in the Pacific, cloaked in the clouds. It's kind of similar to this. I'm not saying this one's 500 miles. This one is the typical TR-3B length, more like a football field size, maybe 300 feet in length. Brent, your thoughts?
Yeah, this is incredible. Yeah, this thing's, it's huge, whatever it is. And I like that you could actually go on Google Earth. I think this was captured in Ohio, and you can move to different points. And then you look up, and the object's still there, hidden, cloaked in the clouds. And that's the cool part. This whole week, we've been showcasing these triangle, dark-shaped craft that are cloaking themselves in the sky, hidden in the clouds, and all you see is just a peek of it. Okay, see, we're moving to Google Earth, and we're going to see if we can spot it once again. And let's scout around here, and we pull up, and you're going to see that it's just not in one stitch of the Google image. It's there pressed into a bunch of images that proves that this thing's up there in the sky. Look at that.
Yeah, it looked like somebody was trying to sell their couch out front or throwing away their couch, but right above that home, the TR-3B. Again, this came in, I don't think anybody eyewitnessed this. This came in after discovery while somebody was on Google Maps, Google Earth, looking over their area, I guess, and they looked up and saw this thing.
Damn, bro.
All right, now let's go to this next video. It's pretty controversial. I want to get your thoughts. We're not sure. Apparently, it was uploaded to Reddit and then immediately taken down and let's take a look at this.
I don't know, maybe not. Who knows? I mean, if it's AI, you should be able to spot some fucking problems with it. I don't know. Oh, it's 2 15-second clips, huh? I have to run it by my Basque sources.
Was there like an occupant within? This is looking very interesting. I'm definitely going to say, if this is real, we're looking at something that's very extraordinary, but the craft itself, it has like rivets and bolts, so I got a feeling whatever it is, it's man-made, no doubt about it. You can kind of see the guy, he steps up upon it, and it looks kind of smooth the way he walks up on there. I'm not sure if this is legitimate, but again, the rivets is kind of a dead giveaway. Look, there's an occupant, you could kind of see inside, almost looks like an
alien?
A mantid, cryptid mantid kind of species. But again, a man-made craft, in my opinion. But I don't know, Brett. What? I don't think extraterrestrials would need rivets or bolts.
Mantids might.
Yeah, I know. Maybe this is a reverse engineered craft using some alien technology and man-made at the same time. But maybe the occupant, like you said, it looked almost like some sort of mantis kind of alien. Maybe we're working in cahoots with these guys, and this is one of their spaceships. It's hard to tell. It doesn't look AI. Let me just say that it looks fairly legitimate. It looks like everything's standing
like
out. You see the reflections coming off the window, and then you get in right next to the porthole
like a B-movie
right here.
Prop or something.
Looking through, you almost make out a figure.
The footage is.
But there it is. Look at this. Let's do a little slow motion. Do you see it? Look at that.
Portrait or whatever.
You know, there's one thing missing as I'm looking at it. Maybe the angle of the glass pane or the window pane on this craft is tilted in the wrong direction. But as it gets in closer, it kind of brushes through those banana leaves. It's got ferns in the forest. But the part where he gets up close and then kind of walks on top of it, it's like a super steady shot. You'd think he'd struggle a little bit more. You see the reflection of the palms above, but I don't really see the reflection of the person filming, or do you kind of see the indicator of the lens of the cameraman? Interesting stuff coming in. I don't know about this one, but we wanted to share it with you. It's kind of interesting that it was just recently deleted off Reddit. But take a look at this. These guys aboard a gondola, a wire system, pretty high up, and then they witness this just outside as they're traversing down the gondola, and then this thing kind of came in close proximity of an unknown object in the sky, just hovering. It's a little shaky, but you could make out some definitely geometric shapes. It's bizarre. Brett?
Yeah, definitely an odd shape. This was captured in Juneau, Alaska. And yeah, like they were up in their gondola, and they actually were shooting this outside while they're traversing down, and they noticed this strange object with all sorts of weird edges and sharp points, and it doesn't look like anything normal. It looks very strange, and when you get it in focus, then you see the strangeness. Look at the point. It's like has a sharp point and these weird odd edges, and doesn't look like your typical drone. This looks like something very odd. What's keeping this up in the sky over there?
Sky snowmobile.
All right, we're getting some really good close-ups here. I've fast forwarded the film a little bit again so you could see the flight pattern on this. Sometimes when you fast forward things, you get a lot more data on it because you can kind of see its flight dynamics, and this one is behaving in a strange way. Again, it's hard to tell exactly what we're looking at, but it's bizarre. Man, this week right here at Third Phase Moon,
Yeah,
or
it's been a busy week,
actually this
man.
past month and a half, we've been putting out videos every single day. We're not stopping. The videos keep on coming in. And if you've captured anything amazing, submit it to us right here at Third Phase of Moon. My email is in the description. Upload that file to any social media and copy paste it to my email. Send it to us right here at Third Phase of Moon. Keep your eyes on the skies, everybody. Along with my brother Brent, we're not alone. We'll see you next time. And watch more videos right now.
Chapter 7. Hidden Pre-Flood Technologies. Throughout the ancient world, these connecting features, the stonework, the tool marks, the machine and laser-like precision, the masonry, the protuberances, with many more to come, will not only allow you to now identify the breadth and depth of the abilities this now lost civilization once possessed, but will now also allow one to unravel many other mysteries of the past, such as how the very civilizations who re-inhabited these locations, the ancient Egyptians across the Giza Plateau, or that of the Romans across Europe, came up with many of their own most ingenious of inventions, their superior technologies, and indeed their accelerated
they couldn't figure out how to
developments
get the
as a
RH
whole.
back in their blood, though.
You will realize that many of these ancient advancements and technologies were themselves once borrowed and stolen.
Fuck out of here.
For although ancient Egypt has long been academically taught as generally the most important, well-studied, and apart from the coincidental sacrificial altars found across South America, each claimed rather predictably as nothing other than incredibly large ancient tombs. Tombs which have not only now been found, located, explored, and identified on nearly every continent of Earth, but many found to even share the same repeating, incredibly mysterious triple layout the world over. Yet, as mentioned, along with the evident fact that polygonal masonry exists across the plateau, not to mention the countless precision tool marks within the basalt floor, or indeed the cup and scoop marks which litter the unfinished obelisk, all now identified as features reoccurring across the ancient world. There are many other artifacts and exhibits of evidence, all but proving that the truth of the matter, far more incredible than any of us have been led to believe. For although the columns within Baalbek, for instance, each cut from a single block of stone and each weighing upwards of 800 tons, once cut, shaped, and transported from Aswan Quarry, some 1,000 kilometers away across a substantial river. Compelling evidence alone to suggest that they were indeed all once built by the same people. There exists, however, as mentioned, many others, which all prove my case. Delphi within ancient Greece is another intriguing example, revealing such technologies and developments as that of the amphitheater, which although long claimed as an invention of known history, is also one among many, simply adapted and reclaimed works of this now lost civilization. For although many of the other prehistoric theaters located nearby, or worldwide for that matter, have all seemingly been looted of their floors, Delphi's theater floor luckily still survives. Not only does it survive, but it may explain why nearly all others don't. For it's still possessing its stone block pattern, which just like that of the many walls, which also still survive all around it, was in fact also once made of this same, now lost, polygonal masonry technique. Additionally, along with using this same lost method to expose none other than that of Pompeii a bit further in the book, it is, as mentioned, yet more undeniable evidence to support my discovery and claim. Yet there is another amphitheater, one which can still be found quietly hiding amongst the precision-cut ruins of Petra. With this theater, just like that of Petra itself, one solid stone structure, once decidedly cut straight out of the solid stone, and unquestionably once created, using these same, now lost technologies.
Peru?
All but confirming that it indeed a once rediscovered concept with the advanced ancient awareness of acoustic properties. Again,
I think
also
that's kind of a
exhibited
weird
elsewhere,
inclination.
such as within India's temples covered earlier. All indeed also tracking with this assertion. The Patara pipes are another particularly interesting and perhaps important example of this theft of ancient developments. For they...
You see like a mountainside and you're like, I want to carve a building out of that. I mean, with like my chisel, like my shitty, like my sharp stick, basically. I mean, for amphitheater, that's a little different, right? But like those fucking like temple building things, like Petra or whatever. And that shit in India, what's that one called? Like Kailash. That one especially, obviously.
Perhaps even the possible inspiration for the more modern aqueduct.
Maybe I just have a shitty imagination.
Each block once cut from a single piece of marble and then perfectly fitted together, making an advanced sealed pipeline that presumably ran across the surface of the ground, or perhaps once elevated. One that, via the heavy erosion it has experienced over its long life, has been predictably dismissed as nothing more than a past-failed venture. Yet the pipe in itself, possible evidence that the many aqueducts, and indeed the original technology behind them, also once merely adapted and reused. Another incredible set of pre-flood achievements are those known as that of the qanats, found sprawling across the Persian landscape. They are, as one will see, clearly another incredible ancient anomaly, once built by a group of incredible abilities, foresight, and knowledge. A set of mind-blowing technological advancements and capabilities, which although lacking any form of explanation as to how they did it, or indeed how they figured out such knowledge, to be found anywhere within any funded exploration or investigation of these vast man-made craters in the earth, are regardless, and rather predictably, still attributed to that of a known ancestor. Once dug deep into the earth over and over, these underground man-made channels would allow water to flow into, and sometimes through vast deserts, without evaporating away, often incorporating them into advanced cooling systems upon their arrival at their desired destination, with them having even produced ice from this water in the middle of the desert and under a searing sun, by utilizing another set of remarkable man-made structures known as the yakchals, or ice houses.
See,
with all of these ancient and now lost technologies, I feel simply deciphered, reincorporated, adapted, and reused by modern people.
That makes more sense.
Their many far more ancient, long-forgotten origins are thusly easily reclaimed as another's achievements, just like that of the pyramid. When put together, however, they form proof that this lost civilization, along with once clearly being incredibly capable, were also quite possibly the true originators of many of even today's modernized technologies, each of which long ago stolen and reclaimed from this now hidden world. My first book, Life Before the Flood, A Definitive Guide to the Lost World, is out now available in paperback. Links are in the description and pinned comment. It is 52,000 words, over 400 pages with over 260 hand-made illustrations, making it the largest, most overwhelming, undeniable, and in many cases never before seen, array of ancient mysteries left by a now lost civilization, ever laid out in chronological order, with many long-standing pre-flood puzzles deciphered for the very first time. It is a guide along with a complete exposure for you, my dear audience, of this long hidden world, along with the grand global conspiracy that has long hidden this reality from you all, indeed, also fully revealed for the first time. It is my magnum opus and the most undeniable evidence-based piece of work ever created in all of our quests to unravel this now lost world. For as you too will see, although these big claims, with the implementation of over 14 years of in-depth, intense research within the field of antiquity, it unarguably delivers on these claims. So please do consider getting yourself a copy, not only to support the channel as I am now demonetized, but also to support my controversial yet incredibly important work here upon YouTube. For I know you too will indeed find it to be highly compelling. Thank you.
I'm just gonna say, I'm signing off, because I can't convince anyone to subscribe. That's like my fault, though. I understand. You have your reasons. I'm just not. I'm not properly contextualizing it. Okay, Madeline. Sap. Hey, we're Sap. Knights of Malta. I'm gonna make alcohol for 18p per liter. Atlantis and the Bronze Age collapse. Oh yeah? We were just talking about this. Maybe if I was better at explaining to you why you need to subscribe, we could watch that. Dude.
Then in 2015, I came back to the States, and I wasn't doing the contracting anymore. I was doing a little public speaking stuff, and I was down in Panama City Beach, Florida.
I was acting as an RFK.
And during that particular time, I had a speaking engagement that while I was there, and I was staying in a nice hotel on the beach and had a little balcony. And this particular year, I had a goal that I was going to do 100,000 push-ups. So I had planned out that if I do, 2,000 push-ups a week as a minimum, I can take me 50 weeks, and then I can have a 2-week vacation of my push-ups. And so I was
2,000 a week is legit, man. That's
and I broke it down there to do 4 days a week, 500 push-ups. So, which coming through pararescue training, that was just before breakfast kind of training, So I was doing my push-ups in sets of 50, 10 sets of 50 that particular day. But I didn't want to get behind, because I didn't want to go several weeks or a month and get behind on, another 4,000, 5,000, 6,000 push-ups that I was going to have to make up in, in a day at the end. So I was focused on my push-ups. And I was on the balcony, and I was doing push-ups, and I saw a very bright, small but very bright light.
If you accidentally said something rude to his girlfriend,
rather than look at the ground when I do push-ups, I try to keep my head up so I can see. And
why don't you watch where you're
through
going?
With that set,
What did you just say?
I looked at it, I was watching it, and I guess the interest of my Air Force career, of what's in the sky, what is it, and just, an interest in aircraft and whatnot. I quickly realized it's not moving like over the horizon like a normal jet or airplane would. And it's a stationary, so I thought, okay, maybe it's a helicopter, because there's a lot of military in the Panhandle of Florida.
Got a knife on him.
And I quickly
If you
realized
get stabbed, you don't leave home without your knife.
a helicopter. I have a lot of time on helicopters, almost over my career, almost 2,000 hours flying in helicopters. And I said, whatever it is, it's weird. I'm going to start taking pictures. So I grabbed my phone camera and quickly started taking pictures and snapping off, 30, 40 pictures, a little bit of video. And then I did another set of push-ups. And then I said, okay, I got a better camera, which I had a new Sony a6000 camera with a
you would pummel you first.
210 millimeter lens. And
put you out of your misery.
I grabbed that, and in between sets of push-ups, I would take 10, 20, 50 or so pictures, and then I would do a set of push-ups. I'd look up and, well, it's still there. So in my mind, I wasn't thinking, I got something really weird like you see on the cover there, and I'm going to focus on that instead of push-ups.
And this was
2019. Yep. And I was also rehearsing a little bit for the night's presentation. So I'd rehearse, I'd look, it's still there, I'll take more pictures. I do push-ups, it's still there, I'll take more pictures. So over the course, it was about 3.5 hours.
Wow.
And then I would go and do, or towards the end, I was like, well, I'm gonna have to go. And so I took a shower, 30 minutes. It's still there, I'll take some more pictures.
Rescueman. Is that like the Blue Angels or something?
Looking back is always easy in hindsight. What you should have done, I think, man, I really should have just dropped everything else and just taken a lot of pictures, better pictures, more video. I took a little bit of video, and I was afraid that I was going to run up all the space on my data stick, so I was trying to be conservative with that, which I should have not even worried about it and just run them all out. And so that was 2019. And some weird things happened during that sighting where when at one point I realized, even though I could see the object with my eyes, there were times that I could not see it with just my eyesight, but when I put my polarized sunglasses on, I could see it. So I not there, there it is, not there, there it is. So that comes into play later when I start using filters on it, when I'm trying to find it in certain pictures, it was just blue sky. And I also...
What time of the day was this?
Started probably about 10:30, 11 in the morning, and went through probably around 2 o'clock.
And how far away would you say the object was?
My initial investment, I was probably well off, but after looking at the pictures and just more...
Dude, I saw that debunker guy.
That I think I was probably...
He made a video attacking this guy. It's like, some fucking billionaire dilettante or whatever. And it's like, as far as I'm aware, this is the one billionaire who spends his money on good things and not bad things. This is the guy who's funding the fucking labyrinth excavation. He's funding some other shit. And the Kurt Cobain thing too. This is the guy, yeah. It's two of the I would say objectively the best things that a rich guy has done in recent time, If he wants to do a fucking cringe podcast, sure,
More of a 5 mile, max 10 mile range out.
Okay.
And the height was probably closer to 5,000 plus or minus some, maybe up to 10.
Okay. So when planes fly, they're basically 5,000 or basically like 5 miles up or something like that, right? I mean, you're
30,000 feet for the aircraft. But there were no other planes. I was watching for planes. There were no other planes overflying.
I was trying to get a mental image of what it might look like in the sky, and so it was about the same distance away that planes normally fly at max altitude above you, basically, right? So,
yeah, maybe about.
So as opposed to looking up and seeing a plane at 30,000 feet, just look more towards the horizon that you would have seen it. But
from me looking at it, probably 45 to
bad salt dragon
80 degrees off the horizon. It wasn't straight up.
Okay.
So.
It's a bad salt dragon.
All I saw was a very single bright light flash. So I was not able to see the object itself. I could see some type of an object when I really looked, but I couldn't see after I enlarged it.
And would you compare it to the size of a airplane in the sky, or a star, a planet, or what?
I thought more of a small aircraft size. I didn't think it was large like a 737 or something, but
50 feet or something like that.
Later I did share the pictures with someone from the organization SCU, Scientific Coalition, and we were communicating over the phone and emails, and they were asking me these type of same questions you're asking. Mm-hmm. And then one day we were on the phone, and the individual said a few things to me, and I said, no, I didn't know it was happened, maybe classified area, and I said, I didn't know that until you just told me.
I mean, he
and
said
then that was the last time we ever communicated.
They said that it was classified?
Not that itself, something else we were talking about in that area, and that I didn't know about. But they were trying to estimate or determine the distance and size by asking me the questions that they were. They actually sent me a picture of the hotel I was staying in and asked me to identify which room I was in and direction I was looking. So they were doing some investigations, and then communications stopped. For whatever reason, communications stopped on that. But I guess back up a little bit. On that day of the sighting, and I took all those pictures, and there was another time after the Glazes where I thought, I wonder if this object knows I'm taking pictures. Mm-hmm. And then it appeared to get closer to me. So I thought, well, that's a sign that it's okay, and I'm going to keep taking pictures. Mm-hmm. And so I took all the pictures, and when later I had to leave, the object disappeared. And I went to the event that night, and there were some other military people there, base level, command, at the colonel level, and lieutenant colonel. And I said, hey, has there been any reports of anything? Anybody's report seeing nothing unusual? And there's no, they were unaware of it. Now, if they did know, they...
It's just, we'll keep an open communication, Like, maybe some future date, you will be convinced to subscribe here, the best place on the internet. The coolest, most sophisticated, realist, the least stigma cucked. It's tough out there. You need to resist the fucking, the ridicule, the traps that they set for you. And it's a lot easier to do that as part of this fucking super sick community, okay? So why don't you just quit the bullshit and get it on, okay? Quit lying to it yourself. This is where you belong.